I'd like to say good afternoon to all that's present, and we'd like to call our Isle White County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir. Pursuant to section 2.2, 2.23711A of the Code of Virginia, you'll need a motion to move to closed session for the limited purpose of a discussion regarding the appointment of specific appointees to county boards, committees, or authorities as set forth in the agenda pursuant to subsection 1, in consultation, and 2, consultation with legal counsel regarding actual or probable litigation regarding damage to county property where such consultation in an open meeting would adversely affect the negotiation or litigation posture of this body pursuant to subsection 7.
Remember?
So moved.
I guess before we do that, don't we need to approve our agenda first?
No, the approval of the agenda is kind of further.
For whatever reason.
We
definitely
usually-
have to- no, it
We
should've
usually
been
do
up-
it first, so they have time to
should've
update the,
Yeah, it should,
sorry.
catch. Okay.
We're still working through some of the quirks of civic
I
plus.
I would suggest that we adopt the agenda and then come back to my motion.
Very good.
Okay, all right. All right, can we have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Any unreadiness? Hearing none, Ms. Kate?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
And
Now,
and
now we have a motion on the floor for
correct.
closed session.
Unless someone needs me to restate it, the motion would, that would be the motion that is needed.
Motion's still standing, right?
Yes.
Yep. So moved.
So move, okay. Any unreadiness? Ms. Kate?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. All right, we will reconvene at 6 p.m.
Hey, man.
Cut this. We'd like to reconvene our meeting, and first of all, we'd like to say good afternoon to all that's present, and we're glad that you took time out of your busy schedule to come tonight. So, Mr. Jones?
Mr. Chairman, you need a motion to return to open session.
So moved.
All right, any unreadiness? Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Section 2.23712 of the Code of Virginia, motion certifying that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements. Such public business matters as identified in the motion to move to closed session were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed session.
So moved.
Any unreadiness? Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. And at this time, we have the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance by Pastor James Jones.
Let us bow in prayer. My Heavenly Father, we thank you now for allowing us to be in this place. We ask now, God, that thou will have us to be on the same accord, that we might touch and agree in thy name. And Father, we ask that all things will be done in decency and in order, according to your will and your way. Now, Father, as we go about the Father's business, God, and to take care of business here on this earth, we pray that, God, thou will be in the midst of us, God, that we might make the right choices. God, we understand that all things, God, that's done is according to your will now, God. Have your way tonight in everything that we do and say. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Jones. All right. Now we're moving to citizen comments. And before we do, I'll read something to the public. Citizen comments. This time is for the purpose of allowing members of the public to present any matter which in their opinion deserves the attention of the board. We ask that you clearly state your name and address and/or election district, and that you address the board and not staff or the audience. We ask that you will limit your comments to 4 minutes. A timer with a lighting system shall be used for keeping track of a speaker's time. Speakers will receive a yellow light warning 1 minute prior to the expiration of their presentation time. Speakers will receive a red light at the expiration of their time and will be asked to end their comment. If a speaker represents a group of 10 or more individuals that are in attendance, the speaker is allowed 6 minutes, and the group he represents forfeits their right to speak on the same topic. Speakers may not donate their unused time to another speaker. Comments on undecided public hearing topics are not appropriate for citizen comments. Public comments shall not be used to make political speeches, private advertisements, or personal attacks. We value your comments, welcome your input. We as a board will seek to address your concern in as efficient and timely manner as possible. All right, we have signed up tonight Mr. David Tucker.
Hello, Isle of Wight County. This is David Tucker, 6251 Old Stage Highway, that is District 3. And y'all are lucky because I do not have a PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. I got a 30-minute one going on for tomorrow night elsewhere. I've had two separate instances with county-related software issues. Okay? I don't want to burden us or the county employees with software having, these are idiosyncrasies, workarounds. They seem to be relatively kind of new to me. Want to know who bought this stuff. And was it to enhance the Isle of Wight citizens and the employees, the staff, or was it to make the designer happy? I've seen stuff like that before. It is very, this is somebody's sacred cow. Two separate cases. Case one, building permit, kind of changed. Okay, I suspect some type of AI response, okay? When the curtains, that's the rough end inspection, did not match the rugs, that's the final inspection. In other words, I asked more of a rough end inspection type of question, general question. I got a response of final with no name associated to it. Not only that, when the good inspector called me up, he did give me a response. He wasn't even aware of the response I had received earlier. It was so suspicious AI looking. Okay, it had no reasoning capability added at all. All right, that's number one. Number two, you know, I'm paying my taxes electronically. I don't know if this group has anything to do with the taxes. And I used to be able to just pay it electronically. Yeah, I pay a fee. You know, I'm okay with that. Now it's kind of difficult in doing that. Folks, I know my softwares. I know around all this electronic type of stuff. I mean, what's going on? I mean, it goes back to my sacred cow question. Did the county buy software, upgrade software for the purpose of satisfying somebody's sacred cow? You know, I've seen that type of stuff happen when I used to work for a living. I ain't gonna say nothing else. I'm sitting down.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, Mr. John Springfield.
Good evening. Name is John Springfield, and we live at 22491 Sundell Drive, Carrollton. And thank you for this opportunity to speak before the board. I would like to discuss the Route 17 Arterial Preservation Plan this evening. The preservation plan or study was performed by VDOT from 2020 until November 2022, which, by the way, was the height of the COVID pandemic. So I'm really not sure how much citizen input they got for this. And I believe the Board of Supervisors accepted or adopted this plan in November 2024. So the Route 17 Arterial Plan indicates to replace intersections and stoplights with right out and right in turns only at connections to Route 17. At the following existing intersections: Ashby Way or Mare Drive, Sugar Hill Road, and Cedar Grove Road. I've estimated there are 747 existing single-family homes in these neighborhoods. And using, I used the traffic study from the Bridgepoint Commons proposal, and I estimated about 6,000 trips currently on Route 17 on that end of the county. And using common sense, half of those trips, if those intersections are turned to right in and right out only, half of those trips will require a U-turn. So that's saying about 3,000 trips per day would require a U-turn on Route 17. So that to me just seems very unsafe, and I could understand this approach on smaller roads, but as we all know, Route 17 is the main corridor in our county. So I respectfully request the Board of Supervisors to revisit this Route 17 Arterial Preservation Plan and reconsider this right out, right in only approach. Since I've complained about it, my solution is I really think the county is getting to the point where we need to look at the speed limit along Route 17. My suggestion won't be liked, but I suggest changing the speed limit to 45, like Suffolk and other areas have done, even us. So, and I would suggest where you need a stoplight, I will put one in. And my final suggestion is just when a stoplight is put in, no matter what, they should all be coordinated and synchronized for the best possible traffic flow. And that's all I have. I want to thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else that did not sign up and want to speak? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. No comment.
Yeah, just, I don't want to speak like as a rebuttal, but it has been some time. He brought up the arterial preservation plan. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea. Is that somewhere that if the citizens want to review what he's just looked at? And as it was presented to us by VDOT, it seems to me we were given a short list of items to pick from. Does that sound about right, Don?
I believe that plan is on the website. I don't see, yeah.
Jamie, do you, it'd be okay? I know this is public comment, but do you mind, Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't mean to get it.
Yes, there is a page on the county's website under the Transportation Department, which includes the information on the Route 17 Arterial Preservation Plan. It also includes notes from all of the town hall meetings that we have. It includes the survey information that was given out, and it includes all the appendices for the VDOT background information on the traffic counts that they did and the projections that they did that went into the Route 17 Arterial Preservation Plan.
Thank you so much, Jamie.
All right, thank you.
I just share his concerns, and I think other board members have in the past, and thought it was a perfect opportunity to bring that up.
Right. And maybe we can get Ms. Amy to look at the building permit concerns. And maybe, Don, you talk to the treasurer about payment.
Yeah, I think those references were to some software that OpenGov and Tyler Cashiering, both of which were put in place to hopefully make the customer's experience easier. But if people are having challenges with it, we need to know that just so we can make sure that we adjust those.
Good.
I could take the tax payment issue to the audit committee, if you don't mind. Ask Ms. Sly to respond.
Okay. All right. All right, our next item is consent agenda. Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. There are just a handful of items on your consent agenda tonight. The first item being a budget amendment for Next Gen 911. If I could just take a minute to commend one of our newest employees, Mr. Mike Miller, who is the new director for the county's Central Communications Center. He's come on board, hit the road running, identified a grant opportunity, applied for it, and received the grant. And I think he did all of that probably within his first month of being here,
Good.
which was quite impressive. But that is the $150,000 that will allow us to go in and make some improvements to our communication system. The second item is something that you've done at least the last couple of years, which is to designate September as Hunger Action Month. It is to bring attention to the fact that there are people who do not have adequate food to eat or nutritional meals to eat in our region and in Isle of Wight specifically. And also to highlight the fact that there are food banks and other agencies that are providing food to try to address that concern. Item C is vehicle acquisition. The sheriff's office recently lost 2 of their vehicles due to accidents. Based on the insurance proceeds, we have enough funding to acquire 1 vehicle as a replacement. And so the information is in your agenda packet to move forward with replacement of that vehicle. And item D, I have to, at least Katie's provided some, minutes to me, and so I'm still reviewing those. And hopefully we'll have quite a few sets in your next agenda, but I'm still reviewing those minutes for your review.
All right, thank you, Dan. All right, can we get a motion for the approval of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Any unreadiness? Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. We'll move on to regional and intergovernmental reports. Anybody have anything?
No.
Okay, good. We'll move on next to appointments. Okay, board appointments.
Chairman Jefferson, I'd like to make the appointment of Gary Windley to the Tidewater EMS Council.
Okay, any in readiness? Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Stefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. Board members, I'd like to make an appointment of Mr. Otto Williams to the Historical Architectural Review Committee. Any in readiness? Here none. Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Stefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. Board members, I'd like to appoint Jason Stallings to the Fire Rescue Advisory Board. Any in readiness? Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Stefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson, I'd like to appoint Benjamin Vaughn to the Camp Community College Board.
Okay, any in readiness? Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Stefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. Item number 11, we'll move on, special presentations. Item A would be a recognition of Mr. Randy Keaton and a resolution to recognize and congratulate Randy Keaton on the occasion of his retirement. Okay, we'll ask all the board members and the county administrator to come down front. We'll read the resolution.
Congratulations.
Good to see you, man. Congratulations again. Thank you. That's right.
Enjoy it.
Yes.
Okay, we read the resolution. Resolution of appreciation for Randy R. Keaton on the occasion of his retirement as county administrator. Whereas Randy Keaton began his employment with the county of Isle of Wight, Virginia, as county administrator on September 1, 2016. And for nearly 9 years, he has served as a catalyst for positive change and professionalism. Whereas Mr. Keaton's leadership capabilities have been evidenced by national, state, and regional awards presented to the county and its employees for the innovative program implemented during his tenure, as well as the continued excellence of the county's financial ratings. And whereas Mr. Keaton has been instrumental in leading the county government through the period of continued growth and development, and whereas his tenure as county administrator, the quality of life of all county residents has been improved. And whereas Mr. Keaton has announced his retirement from formal employment with Isle of Wight County effective August 31st, 2025. Now therefore be it, and it is hereby resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Isle of Wight, Virginia, recognizes and appreciates considerable contributions of Mr. Randy Keaton for outstanding service to the citizens of Isle of Wight. Be it further resolved that Isle of Wight County Board of Supervisors extends to Mr. Keaton its best wishes for his future endeavors and orders that a copy of this resolution be spread upon the minutes of this board this 21st day of August, 2025. Adopted this 21st day of August, 2025, signed by the church clerk, Ms. Mays, and Don Rossi. Mr. Keaton?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Want to say something?
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's the first time I've had a tie on in a couple of months, so I'm trying to get used to not wearing this outfit. But it was a great 9 years here. I've told quite a few people that I saved the best for last, and I was glad to be able to be here to finish up my career in local government after 42 years. I thought it was time to do a few other things and spend some time with grandkids and family. So caught a few fish the other day, so that's been one of my goals as well. And it's a great community. I think it's evidenced by all the people who want to move here and call it home as well. And I was glad to be able to spend some time here and get to know everyone and know that what great things are here. And so thank you all very much, and I want to thank the board and staff. The staff really the ones who made it easy for me to work and to serve the board and the citizens, because without good staff, it's difficult for us to carry out your wishes as a board and for the community. So I want to thank everyone who had a role in that.
Before we move, I would like to ask Mr. Grice. Mr. Grice was one of the supervisors that actually was on the board that hired Randy. Mr. Grice, will you come up so some county staff could take a picture of us? Sure. Come on.
Yeah, right.
They got a second camera.
Hey, Jamie, take that picture so we can do that. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you very much.
All right, Randy.
Thank you very much.
Continue
Thank
to
you.
enjoy.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah,
Babysitting.
that's right. Thank you.
Glasses, I'm struggling reading. Okay, Mr. Jones, we have to have a motion to adopt the resolution.
I'd like to make the motion to adopt the resolution.
Any unreadings? Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. Item B will be 2025 County Fair update.
Michelle, it's under the, yeah.
Oh. How do you make it? You're gonna make it. Oh, that's fine. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. How are y'all this evening?
Great.
Very nice to be here. I'm going to beg your forgiveness early on in this because, quite honestly, this is the first time I've seen this presentation. So I'm flying from the hip. But if any of you have met my dad, you'll know that's pretty common.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Claude. I am the chairman of the Fair Board for this current term for the next couple of years. And you all know Jenny Lee Holman. She's our fair coordinator with Parks and Recreations. And hopefully we're going to get through this thing without making too many gaffes. All right, so we just recently had our Miss Alawite County Fair pageant. There you go. You show me how to work all this stuff. I'm not technically savvy. Thanks. All right, let's see. We had 4 junior contestants, 14 contestants, and 7 Miss contestants, which is a pretty big. I think that's an improvement over the number that we have had in past years. Our 2025 Fair Queens, the junior queen is McKinley Bracey. Our teen queen is Lexi Hovey. And our Miss is Liz Fellinger. Now, Liz will be representing us at the VAF, the Virginia Association of Fairs meeting in January in Williamsburg. These ladies did a really fine job. I personally did not attend the pageant. I had another event, but my wife was there, and I got a very good report on how the pageant was conducted and how the ladies were. She was very confident. And if my wife says it's good, man, you can go ahead and take that to the bank. Right? So feeling really good about that.
And I'll just add, so this year was the 25th anniversary of the pageant as well, so we did recognize Miss Rhonda Osman brought her on stage as well as a few of our formers too, so it was really nice.
A lot of the past queens were there, which was really nice to have them. Okay, on Saturday, September the 6th, we will have our Seafood Festival. This is a bit of a departure from what we've done in years past. Generally, we would have a tractor pull or some type of motorsports event going on this particular weekend. And our Seafood Festival is generally the Wednesday prior to the fair. We changed it up this year. We decided to go ahead and go with our Seafood Fest on Saturday with the hope of getting more people to be able to come out, to bring their families, and make this more of a family event. And it's kind of difficult for people to take off work. You know, they have their time kind of budgeted for other family events that they want to do. So this is something we thought we could do to help with that. Our advanced online tickets are $40 for 13 and over, $20 for 6 to 12. And tickets at the gate are $45, 13 and above, and $25 for 6 to 11. At who?
Town Bank.
Town Bank, yeah. Ooh. Yep. So you can get tickets at Town Bank. That is a local place to get it. If you know a member of the fair committee, they have tickets to sell as well. So you can see someone like that. Catering is going to be by Nixon's. We're going to have fried catfish, steamed shrimp, fried chicken, coleslaw, baked beans, and hush puppies. Traditional meal that we usually have. All you can eat, all you can drink on the premises, no takeout. Entertainment's going to be by Silver Street. Traditionally, what we've done, as long as you hang on to your utensils, you can go back and get another plate. That is the key, is hanging on to your utensils. Right? I try real hard not to lose mine, just in case. Just in case. All right, so the fair will start on Thursday, September the 11th, 2025, at 5 to 10. That is our carload night. That is generally a night that we have set aside for the midway, for the carnival. And we try, the process we use is if you have up to 8 people per vehicle that can safely ride in a vehicle, then we try to get you in. We'll get you, everybody gets in for one price. And the entire carload gets wristbands so they can ride for the evening. Whether you have 2 people, 1 person, or 8, it's the same price. And that's what we try to do, is encourage people to come out to the midway for that. $55 online, $60 at the gate. Those rides are kind of expensive. Y'all got grandchildren? Or kids? Yeah, okay, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah, you know I don't. Oh, hey, I saw that one. Military appreciation. This is a discount admission ticket rate for those with a valid military ID. It's $5 off of the regular admission price. All right, so we do like to recognize our military members and give them the opportunity to come out with their families and enjoy the fair at a discount. Sunflower hours. All right, so discounted admission ticket rates for individuals with disabilities plus 1 caretaker companion that enter the fair between 12 p.m. and 4 p.m. $1 available at the gate or in advance by contacting Jamie Clack, Isle of Wight County Parks and Recreation's Therapeutic Recreation Specialist. All right, so we kind of like that. Let's see. Ma'am? Yeah, I would. 'Cause you know
So
better
this
than
is
I
a
do.
brand new sponsorship program with Smithfield Foods. They reached out and they wanted their sponsorship to kind of benefit and tie into more of the community. So we came up with this, which is the summer reading program. And if kids turn in a summer reading list, they can download the log on the website, turn it in at one of our Parks and Recreation offices. They can get a free ticket to the fair. So we've been doing that all summer. We've had a good handful coming in. The deadline is next week, but we'll take them up to the fair if people forget. So they are still available at Parks and Recreation. There's still time to do that.
All right, special ground entertainment, Squeals on Wheels Racing Pigs. This is the first time we've had them out to our fair. We're really kind of excited about that because it's a new event that we haven't done actually in quite some time. So this will be something it'll be new to a lot of people. Should be a good little entertainment for our families. The High Flying Pages, they've been to the fair, they were there last year. I think they were there the year before prior, no, just last year. They do some pretty amazing stunts on the trapeze, so not anything I would do. The Electrifying Magic of Jay, you have to pronounce the last one.
Mattioli.
Mattioli. He was on
America's
America's Got Talent. That's right. So he did the TV show. Obviously, he didn't come through and win, but he does travel around doing his magic, and he does put on a very fine show. He was at our fair last year and had a large crowd just about every time he did a show last year. So we're very excited to have him back. The Southwest Dairy Farmers Mobile Classroom. All right, so they're going to talk about dairy farming, which is kind of good. That kind of relates back to many things that we do here in the county with agriculture, and we are very happy to have them out. The Tactical Force Mobile Laser Tag. In my previous role in the fair, I didn't get around too much, but the few times I did, this seemed like to be a pretty popular event. We used to bring a lot of, especially with the kids, and it is free. Oh man, you can't beat that. So they have a good time blasting each other. I know my youngest two grandsons would just have a ball with that. Open mic at the fair, Friday, September the 11th, from 4:30 to 6 at the Barton Ford stage. All right, this is the stage that's over by the headquarters. It's number 34 on the map. This will be kind of nice, having an open mic thing. Taylor Swift Music Bingo. All right, that's new. We haven't done that before. And then we'll also have a country music bingo. Have any of y'all ever been involved with that bingo, played that music bingo thing before? You have? Okay. I have not played it, but I've actually watched it done. It's quite entertaining, really, because people literally get a bingo card, and they'll play a certain period of time of the song, and you mark it off on your card if you have it, and whoever gets bingo gets a prize. So that's a new thing we're trying. It's kind of pretty big in some other places, and so we thought we'd try this as a new activity this year. Competitions, the hay bale decorating, something we've done for many years. That's kind of a fun thing. People get very creative with that, decorating the hay bales. The custom car show, which would be on Sunday, and that's always kind of a cool thing to do. A lot of nice looking cars come out of that. 4-H, the Heritage Arts and Crafts and Foods, bull riding. Who doesn't like to watch that, right? Barrel racing, the field and garden, the mini bull riding, poultry and rabbit shows, mutton busting. Have y'all ever watched the kids ride those sheep? That is hilarious. But that's a good show. I mean, it's a lot of fun for the kids too. The Demolition Derby, which will be on Sunday, and the Power Wheels Derby. That's also, they do that on Sunday as well. So that's kind of a lot of fun. On the Duke Automotive stage on Friday, September the 12th at 7 p.m., we'll have the Mud Flat Boys. At 9 o'clock on Friday, we'll have Bandit. On Saturday, September the 13th at 7 p.m., Ashes and Arrows. I don't know if y'all do watch America's Got Talent, but they were a band that played on there last year. We had planned to book them and actually had them signed to play last year, but they advanced in the standings on the show and were not able, they had to cancel all of their engagements, so we weren't able to get them last year. But they were available this year, so they are a band with some incredible vocal harmonies. And so we're looking forward to having them. And then Cooper Allen will be our main act at 9 p.m. Cooper Allen's got some songs that are out on the radio right now. He's quite popular young man, and so we're looking forward to Cooper Allen coming. We feel like we got a pretty good deal getting him to come be our main entertainment this year. Any questions?
No question. We just thank you for all the effort that you all put in planning this, and hopefully the citizens will come out to enjoy it. And hopefully we get a lot of senior citizens come out, even the disabled, citizens within the county.
And that would be a great thing. That would absolutely be a great thing.
What if a citizen wants to volunteer on the fair committee? How do they go about doing that?
So if you want to volunteer on the committee, you can contact Isle of Wight County Parks and Recreations. You can contact their office. You can come up to anybody that's wearing one of these county fair shirts during the fair and speak to us. We would love to have volunteers, and especially in some of the committees are actually bringing in some younger people to be involved in this. And as Mr. Jefferson said, there are some senior citizens on the committee. And at some point, we would like to pass the torch, myself included.
Right on.
So we're looking for new volunteers all the time. There's plenty to do, and quite honestly, I spoke to y'all earlier on at another meeting, and I'll say it again. What really drives this fair and makes it work is the staff from Parks and Recreations that dedicate so much time to it, and the volunteers that give up their time and resources to make this fair what it is. It's the people that drive it. You know, the entertainment is certainly for the patrons that come, but the people that really make this fair work are the county staff and the volunteers. So we thank you all for your support. We certainly do appreciate it, and look forward to being able to serve the county for many years to come.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move along. County Attorney report.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I have several items. The first two are related, but will require separate actions. As we have done in the past, we have continued to work with outside counsel to attempt to secure settlements with manufacturers or distributors, et cetera, of opioids that have caused the problems that we've had. We have now reached a settlement that requires the board to adopt a resolution. The first is with 8 smaller manufacturers, and when I say smaller, the global settlement nationwide is $720 million. The county will receive approximately $22,000, almost all of that up front in year one. There's a little bit of a trickle payment towards the end, but it's about $22,000. And I'll go ahead and take up the second matter, and then we can come back to the resolutions. The second matter is the same thing. This is with Purdue Pharma and the Sackler family. There had been a negotiated settlement. They ended up going into bankruptcy, and we pursued it through the court, and they have now come back out. And you'll understand why I said that the manufacturers were small. The global settlement with Purdue Pharma is 6.5. Let's see, I lost my number. $6.5 billion. Of which the county will receive approximately $145,000. Again, much of that, it is over a 10-year period, but it is stacked, the payments towards the front. Again, all of these payments that we've received in the past, plus these settlements, are to be used in a manner to be related to the opioid overdose issue. That can be, that can be treatment facilities. Again, if we have a drug court that is up and running, and that is one of the items. As we going forward, I've mentioned to Mr. Robertson that we have negotiated a number of these settlements now, and it may be time to really sit down as a board to determine where we want to go with that. As you know, Mr. McCarty and I were meeting a lot about that, and it's unfortunate that is kind of stalled after his passing. But what I'm asking today is, one, to pass a resolution to authorize the county's participation in the global settlement with the manufacturers, and then a second resolution to adopt to join the global settlement that involves Purdue Pharma. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Resolution.
I don't have
You
any
need separate,
They're two separate resolutions
Okay.
because
I'd
they're
like to
two.
motion to adopt the first resolution.
Okay, any unreadiness? Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
And I'd like to make a motion to adopt the second one for proposed settlement of opioid claims as listed in our agenda.
Okay, any unreadiness? Ms. Gay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson, I have one item that was not in the agenda. Mr. Acree had called and asked that I look into something and I would address the board about. And it has to do with, as of July 1, Virginia passed a law that said everybody in a motor vehicle, front or back seat, has to wear a seatbelt. And the question was, what about our paramedics that are in an ambulance? And the short answer is the General Assembly did not grant an exception for that. They've granted an exception for law enforcement officers in the enforcement of their duties, rural newspaper carriers, rural mail carriers, meter readers, sanitation workers that are getting in and out of vehicles, but there was no specific exemption for a paramedic. Now, there is a code section that says if a child is riding in an ambulance because of medical reasons, they don't have to be in a car seat. They've granted that exception for an ambulance, but they didn't pick up on paramedics. Now, my belief is that this is going to probably be taken up in the next General Assembly because they just didn't realize that they had created this issue. Again, if they're not working, and I'm sorry, Mr. Acree, I'm using bad terminology, but if they are not performing critical care on a patient in an ambulance and they're just riding in the ambulance, of course, they should be buckled up with whatever the restraint is in the back of an ambulance. But if they need to work on a patient, I think that is something that they're not going to be ticketed for. I'm not sure that would be an issue. The other thing that Mr. Acree was concerned about, and this is addressed, whether it's an exception or not, if I'm just riding in a passenger car and I'm not buckled up front seat or back seat and I'm in an accident, that does not in any way affect my ability, if I was not at fault in the accident, if somebody else ran into me, that does not preclude me from pursuing my claim for injuries. So if a paramedic was in the back of a ambulance that was in an accident and was working on a patient unbuckled, that would not hamper them in their attempt to recover for injuries. There's no liability issue, and that is specific in the ordinance or the code itself.
My concern was,
Attorney
Mr.
General.
The violation of this section shall not constitute negligence, be considered in mitigation of damages of whatever nature. That's specific in the code section.
So if a paramedic, he works for the city and the city has workers' comp, he have to go through workers' comp.
It'd have to go through, right, I'm saying, but it'd be workers' comp. My lawyer brain was kicking into the personal injury, but yes, it would be, so it doesn't, again, that is from a violation of this particular statute. Now, whatever the policy is of any jurisdiction as to what their, you as an employee, if you violate county policy or a city's policy, that does in fact have some implications on your workers' comp claim. But again, I would anticipate that there should be a change to grant an exception for emergent circumstances that somebody is rendering aid to a patient. Nobody would want them not to be able to do that.
So in the meanwhile, what I'm hearing you is the county stance of it is if a county paramedic is performing life-saving activities in the back of the ambulance that precludes them from wearing a seatbelt, for all practical purposes, they would be covered.
They are performing their job appropriately, correct. If they were riding after there was a traffic accident, nobody was transported, and they are riding back to the station and they're wandering around in the back of the ambulance unbuckled, that's a different story.
Do we need to take action on that?
No.
I just want to make sure we had it on record.
Yeah.
That's what he just wanted it to be stated so that it's
And I would
clear.
hope that law enforcement wouldn't stop an ambulance, that's,
I wasn't worried about ticket, I was worried about
If the workers'
injury or,
comp.
or even death for that matter, because that's happened in other
I'm
jurisdictions.
sure, it's a risk that, they're, just the same as a firefighter going into a burning building. It's a risk that they're taking as part of their job. And it should be, again, if they're doing their job that we've asked them to do, that they should get the benefits of the coverage that we offer.
okay. Done?
That's all I have.
All right, we'll move into the public hearing. Item A is conditional use permit for New Leaf Solar Energy Generation Facility.
Good evening. Trenton Blow with the planning staff here to present the application on behalf of New Leaf for amendment to their conditional use permit. Location is 16419 Courthouse Highway, parcel number 3901017. It's in the Rural Agriculture Conservation Zoning District, it's in Election District 3. And the request is for an amendment to an approved conditional use permit for a major utility service, specifically a 3 megawatt utility scale solar energy generation facility. And it's to extend the validity of the permit from 2 to 4 years. Some background information, in November of 23, the Board of Supervisors approved the conditional use permit for the solar energy generation facility. It's on 18 acres across the street here on Courthouse Highway. And with that request, it also withdrew 18 acres from the Courthouse Ag and Forestry District. The purpose of this current request is to allow for more time for the application to be removed from the Dominion Shared Energy Program wait list. So they're placed on a wait list from Dominion. They don't have a timeline on when they're going to be removed. The current requirement they would have to start in November of 2025. If approved tonight, they would have until November of 2027 to begin. This is your location map. The parcel's in yellow here. If you turn down Courthouse Highway, you can enter the site from there, but it also has some frontage on Courthouse Highway. Just a zoomed in close-up of the same parcel. Go back here, the county complex is right here where the cursor is, and then this is Poorhouse Road, and then this is the parcel here. The zoning for this parcel and the majority of the parcels surrounding are Rural Agriculture Conservation, or RAC. You do have some village center down here by the complex zoning there. Comp plan designation is the same, RAC. And this will be a page from the conceptual plan showing the location of the panels on the site. Again, this would have been a conceptual plan. It was a part of the 2023 approval. 18 acres located to the north portion of the site. Just a view of the property as it is today and the proposed panel location. These are a list of criteria to consider when granting conditional use permit. First is that the use will not be detrimental or endanger public health, safety, or general welfare. And the last on the list is will not result in multiplicity, saturation, or similar uses in the same general neighborhood of the proposed use. I'll be happy to go over any of these or answer any questions you might have about the criteria. This is just the criteria that we use when we're reviewing conditional use permits as well. These are a list of conditions you can propose. Effects of odors, dust, gas, smokes, fumes, vibration, glare, and noise upon the use of surrounding property. That's one of those. The last being is the preservation of cultural and historic resource landmarks. You're not limited to these, but these are just a list of some conditions you can propose. No additional review was required for this proposal. It's the same exact proposal for the 2023, just extending the timeline from 2025 to 2027. Should the cut be approved, the project will be subject to site plan review and approval from all the necessary departments. The only strength we found with the application, is no changes to the layout or development of the project are proposed. No weaknesses have been identified. Staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit with the following conditions: that no additional extensions be approved, And the second condition that we recommend is the use must be established on the property by November 30th of 2027, which is 2 years from this year. During this meeting, June 2025, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the application contingent upon the conditions proposed by staff, which one I just previously listed. The Planning Commission also included another condition that the applicant make good faith effort to provide shared solar services to residents of Alawite County before extending the services to other localities. Essentially, they are part of a shared solar program where they offer discounts for people that take part of the program. And the Planning Commission recommended a condition that they extend those services to Alawite County citizens before they extend them outside of Alawite County. The Planning Commission made a vote at their meeting for approval with the conditions listed by staff and the additional condition, with 6 in favor of the vote and 3 against. This is the language that the applicant has proposed as a part of the condition. I don't know if you want me to read through all of it, but essentially what the language is saying that they would make good faith efforts to extend services to local subscribers before they extend outside Alawite County's borders. And of course, I can read through it if you want to at any time. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Applicant is here, and the owner is here as well. Thank y'all.
Is the applicant willing to speak?
Hi, thanks for your time. I'm Jesse Robinson, project developer with New Leaf Energy. I was in front of y'all a few years ago as well for this project. Just got a few slides for you. So Trenton gave a great overview. Like he said, this isn't like a new request for a solar project or a CUP request. It's more of an extension request just to give us more time on our permit. And here's where the project's located, like Trenton already outlined, so I won't belabor the point. This project is going to be part of the Shared Solar Program, which is a community solar program in Virginia, and it allows folks to subscribe to projects and then get a savings on their electric bill. It's a program designed just to help make solar more accessible to people who maybe can't put it on the roof. Maybe they live in an apartment or they don't own like enough land to put solar on their property. This is kind of a way to just make it more accessible to people. So we would be participating in that program. And just to catch y'all up on what's happened since we were in front of y'all, we had our interconnection study before as we were in permitting with y'all. In March of 2023, our permit started, or our interconnection study started. We got our permit with y'all November of 2023, and then our interconnection study completed in July of 2024. You need your interconnection study and your permit to apply for capacity in the program. So we applied for capacity once both of those items were complete, and we were the 214th megawatt to apply. The first round of capacity was 200 megawatts. So we're the 11th megawatt to apply. So we're on the wait list. There will be capacity released for us. It's just a matter of when. I cover that on the next slide. But that's we've been on that wait list since. So that's why we haven't really progressed much on the permit, which currently it will expire in November. So just more information on the Shared Solar Program and why there's this wait list. When the initial program for Shared Solar was around 200 megawatts, up to 150, and then they chose to extend it beyond that. They are only going to release the second tranche of megawatts once the first 200 megawatts, 90% of them reach substantial completion. So basically, construction is done on these projects, which, as I'm sure y'all are familiar with, is a moving goalpost. Just this is 200 megawatts of projects across Dominion territory, and we need 90% of them to be done in construction for our waitlist award to be released. So we're estimating right now like early 2027 is when 90% would be reached on the projects. I mean, if it's sooner, that would be great. But that's sort of why we're where we are today. We will get capacity in the program because we are 4th on the list, but it's just of 150, but it's just a matter of when. So this is a timeline of how we think the future will look. We think that we could start site plan early next year just to get the ball rolling in anticipation of our waitlist being released, which optimistically could be July of next year. And then our award could be released and we could be constructing by April of 2027. We're asking for 2 years just to give us flexibility if that goalpost moves farther than we're thinking. And we don't have to come back to y'all, but that's what we're currently estimating for the project. Trenton already covered the condition that we're proposing, just to basically give folks near the project first opportunity to subscribe to the project, because it's not like you're automatically subscribed or anything. You have to sign up. So we would look to folks around the project first is what we're proposing. I did have a question. Can I ask a question to Trenton?
What you
She
say?
asked if she could ask Trenton a question.
We will open a public hearing, and if there's any questions, we'll come back to you if need be.
Okay. All right, yeah, that's it for me. Could I remove my flash drive? Oh. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, we would like to open the public hearing for anyone willing to speak for or against. Okay, we do have one person signed up, Mr. Mike Duggett.
Good evening. I'm Mike Doggett. I live at 11553 Central Hill Road, Windsor, Virginia. I'm the owner of the property. I would just like to say originally the board approved this project unanimously. I can tell you the New Leaf and the county planners will work closely together to develop a project that I feel like I can be satisfied with. And recently the planning commission recommended that y'all approve an extension, and I would hope that y'all would also approve the extension to give them a chance to continue developing this project in an orderly fashion where we can come up with the best outcome. A lot of money has been spent to get to this point, and I think it would be a good thing for the county. I know it will be. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else willing to speak for or against? Mr. Tucker?
David Tucker, District 3, 6251 Old Stage Highway. No extra stuff, folks. I recommend you do not go forward with this extension. Despite all my best efforts, this county, and I don't blame you, under good faith, y'all have approved enough solar of any size, of any generation. And y'all been very good, despite me not wanting you to do it, y'all been very good about doing it. Even at the distribution, transmission, and even at the community level in this county. In return, the solar lobbyists have convinced the Commission of Electric Utility Regulations up in Richmond to take away your decisions via Senate Bill 1190 and House Bill 2126. They all failed, fortunately. Those were socialist type of moves, folks. No extensions. All the renewables have been aware of the business risk, a risk that any other business will take. Also, what about the United States House, the 119th, I believe it is, United States House Resolution 1. They have dates limited for their subsidies. And when they gotta be, action's gotta be taken. Don't go soft on these renewable folks at all. Where are the solar, these older people's gonna benefit from it? Are they here tonight? Now, how is it important to the people who's gonna benefit from it for their utility bill? I'm gonna be at the state corporation hearing September the 9th on the cases 58 and 59 for the Dominion biennial reviews, a big one, folks. I'm gonna bring up this issue tomorrow night even at another place then I'll be talking to, you know, how these folks come back and forth. These folks aren't the only ones. At the state corporation hearing, there'll be Council for Lobbyists. Coalition for Solar Community is a lobbyist group, along with Kroger, Walmart, the data centers, which is very big, Appalachian Voices, Sierra Club, and Microsoft. There's a lot of big money involved right here, folks. Don't go soft on these people. This is a business risk, and they're nasty people in Richmond. These coalition of solar community and the big dollar companies lobby us deeper into our pockets. Don't allow them into our pockets any deeper than what they already are. They are not entitled. So where are the benefactors? Once again, are they here? There may be a few to come out and speak. You know. Also, I spoke at the commission of, I call it the sewer, the Commission of Electric Utility Regulators on 5/22/25. And I heard the chair and the House Speaker say something about a revisit of VCEA. Oh, whoopee-doo. At that time, your 6,100 megawatt of mandate for solar and wind, onshore wind, was almost fulfilled. So what's the benefit there? You know, so that's a newsflash for you folks, so y'all are first to hear it. Anyhow, you've been too good, in good faith. You've approved some stuff, right? Even though I didn't want you to. But you approved it, and there's consequences for this. Your bills are going up, folks. I have said enough. Can I have the pen?
All right, thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Hi, my name is Megan Doggett. I live at 13479 Poorhouse Road. I'm in District 3. And my husband and daughter and I, we live on the tract of land that is carved out from the tract of land that the solar farm will be on. We approved the project 2 years ago. We were okay with it. We think it's a good use for the land. It will bring revenue to the county. We have to look at it every day. We're good with it. So we approved it then, we approve it now. Just know the solar farm's already approved. It's just the timeline that y'all are approving tonight. So, thank y'all.
All right, thank you. Anyone else willing to speak for or against? Seeing none, public hearing is hereby closed. Board members?
I have a question for staff on this one. I want to make sure I understand the proper with respect to time. Previously, it was project started by November 2025, and the term that was used now was the use must be established by 2027, November 2027. Does that need to be that the project is complete and it's on the grid?
Traditionally, what has happened in terms of conditional use permit is you have to have a site plan reviewed and approved for the use to be established. Not exactly construction, but at least a site plan reviewed and approved. That's, and the order says established. So the term is how we typically do it again, is review and approve a site plan, not actual construction.
Okay, I understand, thank you.
Any other comment? Okay, well, with that said, I'd like to make the motion to approve the CUP as presented. Any unreadiness? Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
No.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. All right, the next item would be item B, proposed sign ordinance revision. Who has that?
Good evening, board members. My name is Amy Ring. I'm the county's Community Development Director. Tonight, for your next public hearing item, are the proposed sign ordinance revisions. You may recall that back on August 1st, 2024, the Board of Supervisors directed staff and the Planning Commission to review the sign regulations for possible revisions after considering input from a community input survey. The board also asked for a report on the number and type of sign violations the county experienced over the last year. Since August of 2024, code enforcement has a record of 22 sign violations. Most of the sign violations include signs installed without permits and temporary signs that have been up too long. The sign survey was conducted from March 11, 2025 until May 1, 2025. And we received 62 responses. Following the survey, we utilized the feedback we received as well as issues experienced in administering and enforcing the sign regulations. The survey respondents felt that public safety and community appearance were the most important factors in regulating signs. The responses indicated that sign size, flashing or digital signs, and number of temporary signs were the most important things to update in the ordinance. Staff finds temporary sign time limits, colors, materials, and shopping center signs is the most problematic to administer. Additional changes added were based on feedback received from the Planning Commission, Economic Development, and Tourism. So this is a brief summary of the changes that we made to the draft ordinance, which is also attached to the staff report for your review and consideration. We propose to allow for total permitted wall sign area to be split among all exterior building walls, not just on one side of the building facing the street. The total wall sign area will remain a maximum of 10% of the area of the building facade with the road frontage, or 200 square feet, whichever is less. So for example, if you have 1,000 square feet facade, height times width, of the side of the building facing the road, you would normally be permitted to have 10% of that sign area be 100 square feet. So that 100 square feet could be split among all four sides if you choose, but you cannot exceed the 100 square feet. We also propose to exempt temporary signs from permits and allow up to 90 days per calendar year if they remain in good repair. That means they can't be ripped, torn, frayed, or faded and not hung on something that they're not supposed to be, like a tree or a fence. We also propose that non-residential properties will be permitted a total of 2 flag signs and 1 banner sign, as well as a normally permitted A-frame sign or other portable sign as defined in the ordinance. Any more than these would be prohibited. Temporary signs will only be permitted where a permanent sign is already in place. Permitted sign colors will include the Benjamin Moore Williamsburg color palette or other formally recognized historic palette as approved by the zoning administrator. And I do have a few examples of that further in the presentation. Officially trademarked logos that have other colors may be permitted as part of the sign face. Prohibited sign materials are now listed under prohibited and restricted items, which state that signs made from materials that are not durable or rust resistant, such as plywood, cardboard, or other scrap materials, would be prohibited. So this is a sample of the Benjamin Moore Williamsburg historic palette. There are 144 colors in this particular palette. The reason why we decided to go with formally recognized color palettes that are historic in nature, which is consistent with our existing NDSO criteria, is that one of the complaints that we received from manufacturers of signs is that it was too subjective. And they wanted a specific color palette to choose from. They're like, just tell us which colors to use and we'll incorporate them. Now this would just be for the main colors in the sign face and the sign material itself. As I mentioned earlier, we would still allow separate, independent, officially trademarked logos to be incorporated in this. So if your logo doesn't have the colors found in a palette, then they would still be allowed if you're using the logo. This is another example of a formally recognized historic palette. This one happens to be from an organization called Historic New England. It's very similar. It has the earth tones, neutral colors, and historic colors that are found elsewhere. And they are consistent with the earth tone and neutral colors that we normally require in the NDSO. These are the historic colors designated by a historic organization in the city of Charleston, South Carolina. As you can see, there are plenty of colors to choose from. You can find pinks, you can find reds, greens, blues, blacks, browns. The Planning Commission held its initial discussion of the proposed sign revisions at their May 27, 2025 regular meeting and continued their discussions for the next several regular meetings. Staff subsequently developed additional changes based on feedback that we received from Planning Commission, Economic Development and Tourism, and then we presented additional revisions to the Planning Commission in June. The Planning Commission then directed staff to advertise the change for public hearing at their next available regular meeting, which was in July 22nd. Staff recommends approval of the proposed ordinance changes, and the Planning Commission also recommended approval of the sign ordinance changes by a vote of 9-0. I will be available for questions following the public hearing.
All right. Ms. Kay.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Did anybody sign up for it?
No, that was the only
Okay.
one that you had.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Public hearing is hereby open. Anyone willing to speak for or against? Hearing and see none. Public hearing is hereby closed. Board members? What's your pleasure?
I have a question for Ms. Ring. Ms. Ring, can you explain how this ordinance is enforced? Like, what's your regular kind of enforcement or just activity around inspection of sign ordinance?
Sure. So we typically will respond to specific complaints, or if staff is doing site visits and we happen to notice something that is questionable, we'll go back to the office and check on it. And the code enforcement officer, if she notices sign violations as she's driving around the county, she will then start the enforcement process when she gets back to the office.
To include anything in the right of way?
Yes.
Thank
Let me
you.
ask a follow-on to that. How do you intend to enforce the 90-day limit?
So this is something, so currently, our current ordinance says you have to get a permit for temporary signs, A. B, you have to, can only put them up 30 days at a time, take them down for 30 days, and then you clean them back up for 30 days. And so it's this rotating schedule that's really hard to keep track of. There's really no good way to do it. So for 90 days, that's 3 months out of a 12-month period. That's a little easier to administer because you can tell or easily mark when you first start seeing a sign, and if it's still up, 6 months later, you know that it's been up too long. So it's not a perfect system, but it's a little easier to do.
Thanks.
Do you destroy the signs or make an attempt to give them back?
So we make an attempt to give them back. We will, when we first pick up a new prohibited sign, we'll call the number. Usually they have phone numbers on them, or if they have a website that we can go to and research a contact information. But if it's the same offender time after time, we will usually just pitch them.
Thank you.
George, you got any concern? No concerns? What's your pleasure?
I'd like to move approval of the proposed sign ordinance revisions.
Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. Item C would be EMS fee schedule.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. You'll recall that we had, at our last meeting, we amended, or the board amended, the fee schedule for some of the EMS transportation fees and service fees. And at that time, we realized that the mileage rate had not been included, so we had advertised that. And it would take the rate from, I don't have, the $11 and some change. I'm afraid I don't have that number in front of me, to $13.72, which was the 15% that Mr. Winley had talked about, Chief Winley had talked about before. And so this was discussed at the prior meeting, but that is what this amendment is to bring that fee in line with the rest of them.
Public hearing is hereby open. Anyone willing to speak for or against? See none, hearing none. Public hearing is hereby closed. Board members?
So this is the mileage. It's basically, we had left out the mileage part of it.
Correct.
And the discussion that we had prior was, we're trying to bring ourselves in line with other counties that were very similar, so we were doing the charge appropriately. And during that discussion, we also talked about the Safe Harbor program that we have. And, I think there was also some discussion whether or not it was responsible or not. And I think where we landed on it is, the individuals that are using the services, if they have insurance, we're going to recoup the money, because the other citizens that aren't using the service really shouldn't have to pay for all of it. I think we're all good stewards of our money and we try to help out each other, but overall this is a way to recoup some of that money. I do find it ironic, and some other meetings, that some of the same locations that we looked at are looking at doing additional increases. So it's hard to keep up. Y'all know some of the things that's been in front of us as far as pharmaceutical challenges, et cetera. It's not going to get any cheaper, but this is one way, I think, of being responsible for recovering some of that cost. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And if it's tied to the Medicare fee schedule, right, for each kind of trip or procedure, those change every year, October 1st. So, of course, people are looking at making changes. And we may have to, too. I don't know. Are we limited to only changing it once a year?
No, it can be changed. It just requires a public hearing, and as we discussed, as it's typically done as part of your adopted budget, and we are going to incorporate what other localities have done as to capturing that, if Medicare changes, to capture that administratively to follow as we do in other items.
Right.
But we did not do it in this round of changes. We're going to do that when we do the budget.
All right.
I'd like to make the motion, if there's no other discussion, to adopt the ordinance to amend the county's FY 25-26 fee schedule for EMS.
Okay. Any other readiness? Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. We'll move to item 14, County Administrator's Report.
Mr. Chairman, this is discussion relative to the growth rate study report that is being conducted by Tischler Bice on behalf of the county. You all may recall, as a part of the comprehensive plan update, staff had been working through that process, and a growth study was one of the issues or concerns that was identified in the middle of that project, and so I'll let Ms. Ring take it from there in terms of where we are with that.
Bear with me just a moment while I open Julie's PowerPoint for her here, make sure it all looks good. Great. All right. So tonight I'd like to introduce Julie Hurlins, who's the Vice President of Tischler Bice, Inc., who's a consultant who will be presenting a summary of the growth rate scenario study. We engaged Tischler Bice in the last summer, 2024, to evaluate the fiscal impacts of 3 different growth scenarios on the county's future operating capital facilities budgets. Not only does this study help us understand the financial implications of future growth on the county, but helps us to better prepare in advance for these anticipated impacts on county operations and community improvements. As I mentioned earlier, the study looks at 3 different scenarios. It looks at the current projected annual county growth rate of 0.8%, or roughly 1% used in our current comprehensive plan, an artificially imposed 2% growth rate, and an even higher average annual growth rate of 3%. The study identifies whether there will be a net positive or negative financial impact with each of those on our revenues based on the projected expenses or revenues created by that growth rate. The study also identifies at what point in our population growth we need to consider adding capacity to county operations in areas such as education, public safety, parks and recreation, and fire and rescue, in order to maintain the same level of service that we enjoy now. Before I turn the floor over to Julie, I would like to note that since I sent the draft out to you all at the end of June, we have received additional comments back from the Planning Commission and the Stakeholder Working Group and other county departments that we will incorporate into a final study that we will post online as soon as it's available on the county's website. With that, I'll introduce Julie.
Mr. Chairman, before we do that, Mr. Rosie has just contacted me, and he is ready to call into the meeting. If that would be, if we want to take just a brief pause to let him in.
Okay. Chairman, can we take a brief recess while they get him in?
Yes, yes.
It should be really quick.
We're gonna break for about 5 minutes, yeah. We'll reconvene. Mr. Jones?
Mr. Chairman, now that we have Mr. Rosie on the line, he is asking to, and he has asked previously to be able to participate remotely. That is allowed per your bylaws. We have a few housekeeping things that we have to do to finalize that. Mr. Rosie, where are you, first, are you asking to participate remotely because you are away on business or personal reasons? Uh-oh.
Mr. Rosie? Mr. Rosie?
Yes, sir.
Had it muted.
Mr. Rosie, are you asking to participate remotely because of personal or business reasons?
Business.
All right, and can you tell us where you are currently participating from?
I'm sorry, I have a delay hearing on my computer. I am currently back in Virginia. I was in Smithfield, North Carolina.
All right, so where in Virginia are you?
I have just gotten to my house, and that's where I'm calling from at the moment.
All right. That, Mr. Chairman, that is an appropriate reason. He meets the qualifications, so you'll need a motion just to allow him to participate remotely.
So moved.
Okay. Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Stefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I could. Mr. Rosie, you might want to turn the volume on your computer off and just listen via the phone.
Done.
Good job.
Good evening. What time is it? I'm Julie Herlands. I'm with Vice President with Tischler Bice. It's good to be with you again. I've been here in front of this body other occasions, so it's good to be back here. As Ms. Ring mentioned, I'll be presenting the results from the fiscal impact analysis of growth scenarios. It's growth rate study, as it's been called, that we have conducted for the county. So just, and Ms. Ring mentioned this in the introduction, sort of what the study does and what it doesn't do. What this study was intended to do as part of the comp plan refresh and update was to look at the fiscal impact of projected growth. And so our first scenario, the first scenario that we look at is our base case rate of growth. So the projection of growth based on trends. So housing, what does that mean? Housing and employment growth based on current market conditions. Weldon Cooper Center, the official estimator and population projections in the Commonwealth, just updated their projections. They just released new projections as of July 2025. Excuse me. And this was after we have completed our study and done our projection work, and those recently released projections affirmed the growth rate assumptions in that base case scenario. So if you pull those numbers, they do their 5-year increments and 2030, 2040, I believe maybe they go out to 2050 now, 2035, 45, 2055. And then at the same time, the question was, we had some what if questions. What if there was a faster rate of growth? So we've evaluated as part of the study 2 hypothetical alternatives to test higher growth rates. So these higher growth rates are not anticipated, but do help to understand potential impacts if growth accelerated, if it were faster than the base case scenario. And then we took a look at, there is a list of pipeline developments, some of which are active and some of which are dormant. If, for instance, there were 2,500 units of those dormant housing units that came online, now they're not all going to come online at once and tomorrow, but if they did and it was spread out over 20 years, that's about a 2% growth rate. So that's our second scenario. What would that look like? What would the fiscal impacts of that amount of growth look like? But we're not saying that that is likely to occur unless there's some external force. So what does this study does not do? What does it not do? So we're not predicting changes in the growth patterns at this point in time. We don't have crystal ball. We are planners and do municipal finance, and we're looking at trends. We're saying as the county has grown in the past, there's been about, as Ms. Ring mentioned, about a 1% growth rate. Of course, certain years are going to be more, certain years there's going to be less, but on average, we're really looking at that amount of growth. So we're not forecasting a 2% growth rate. It tests that scenario. What if? What if the county were to grow by this higher rate? Again, study is not saying that this is likely to occur. And then it doesn't, at this point, instruct or provide recommendations about the county, what the county should do in terms of mitigation strategies. And there are some in Virginia, not a ton, and you're doing some of them now, but in terms of proffers and cash proffers, quantifying capital impacts, and the county does have a capital impact model to help do that. And there is that does occur with those applications. So that's already occurring. You're already mitigating. You're already going through your regulatory processes. You're doing proffer agreements and looking at that kind of those kind of areas to mitigate the impacts of growth. But this study at this point in time does not get to that point. It's just getting at what if, what are the fiscal implications of growth. And then when we talk about fiscal impacts and what this study does is the impact to the county. So revenues that are generated from this development that we're modeling, and the costs at the same time. So operating and capital costs from that same development. It is not a budget document. It is not meant to be turned over to the budget office and say, this is what you're going to get, and this is what you need to provide in terms of services, because we're modeling the revenues separately from the costs to serve from operations and capital. The budgeting process that you're all involved with, you're matching up their costs with the revenues that are available. And this is not that type of exercise. This is saying how much revenue could be generated from this development, what are the costs to serve at the same time? Does it match up? And then the other big assumption here is that we're assuming that current levels of service are maintained. If we said, well, we want to test, what if your levels of service increase? What if we're going to increase our sheriff deputies per 1,000? What if we're going to add acres to your parks and rec system? That's a different cost element. That's a different additional cost that could be modeled. That we're not modeling. We're maintaining current levels of service that are reflected in the current budget that we use, which is the fiscal 25 budget. We're already in 26, so we're already sort of lagging from what those new decisions that have been made in the 26 budget. So again, current levels of service, fiscal 25 budget. We look at a 20-year projection period, and essentially that's just we're talking about growth that's occurring over time and when certain things are triggered, certain operating costs, capital costs, et cetera. We do not include inflation in the analysis, and of course there will be inflation that will occur. We just don't model it because it becomes difficult to discuss the results at the end of the day, because then you have to unwind what you've inflated for different factors, because property is going to appreciate at different levels than costs will inflate, et cetera. So it's just a way to current dollars today, the way the budget is, and the tax rate, because the tax rate is going to change over time as well with those inflationary factors. So just know that inflation is not modeled. Of course, that will occur. I have some information in here that shows what has happened in the past. We use what's called an average marginal hybrid approach. It's basically not all costs are assumed to be affected. And so there's this marginal element that says when certain things happen, when certain growth thresholds occur, things are triggered. There's a hiring of a new, again, sheriff's deputy, et cetera.
We focus on the general fund, capital improvements. We're not modeling enterprise funds. Those are assumed to be self-sufficient. And then on the school side, we have modeled based on 95% capacity. There's been some changes on the school board and the policy of when things start to occur. This was before those changes in the policy, so we're at 95% capacity for our thresholds. Just in terms of the timeline and kind of rollout of findings, and there's been some, because we've had some outreach from external groups or to the planning working group as part of the comp plan update. So we started about last year, kind of getting the ball rolling in the fall of last year, and then spent fall, winter kind of time doing, developing the growth scenarios and collecting data. And I have to say too that we had a lot of discussion on the growth scenarios because this was a growth rate study, sort of what we wanted to test and how we wanted to do that. So there was quite a bit of back and forth on that front. And so that kind of bled into beginning of the calendar year. So we started our modeling, winter, early spring, and draft results were then transmitted to the county in March of 2025. I'm going to get specific because there were some versions of the report, one in March 2025 that went to the county staff and the comp plan working group at the same time. County staff then, beyond not just planning staff, but the service providers, so particularly fire and schools, they provided some feedback, revisions to some of our cost factors. We made those changes. We reissued the findings in April 2025 to the working group that went to the county working group, which is essentially what you're looking at now. So with those changes between those two drafts, there was enough of a change in the costs that the fiscal results changed. So we had positive findings because the costs were too low, from particularly on the fire, and there was some school costs that we added that were not reflected. And so the study findings changed. They flipped enough so flipping from positive results to negative. So there's been, there's some information out from, again, the working group and in the press that talks about these two versions. And so these are the reasons for some changes. But it does show how the importance of, or the effect of those costs and the cost increases. And I mentioned about inflation and the fact that costs have, as you all know, and you've seen in your budgeting and your capital improvement projects, this is year-over-year construction cost changes from the Engineering News record. So this is annual increases from 2006 to 2024, and an annual. So this is their construction cost index. So from 2020, all combined, it's almost a 20% increase in costs from 2020. So each year over year, and this is, as you look at this, it looks like a downward trend, but I don't expect that to continue to go down. As we all have seen, it's going to curve back up onto this current year. So just kind of point of reference that those, even within the last few years, those kinds of cost increases can have a dramatic effect on, on our work on the modeling and what we're finding in terms of those impacts from growth. So the study itself, I mentioned the three scenarios. So we have a base case, base growth scenario, which was, again, at the time, we were in 2024 with Weldon Cooper's projections at 0.8%. But again, that is affirmed and confirmed with the new round, maybe slightly different, but their new round of projections. And we're also modeling, we're not only modeling residential, but we're modeling non-residential growth as well. And that's about a 0.4% growth rate from trends. Again, this can change with external forces in terms of, we're looking backwards to go forward. But if there's any kind of external influence, significant investment, a auto manufacturer or someone has interest in the community, not saying that that's, just purely hypothetical, obviously that would change and have a dramatic effect, particularly on the non-residential side, but the residential would follow as well. Our two alternatives are just that. One is we start with a higher growth assumption, faster residential growth and faster non-residential growth. So faster at 2%, non-residential faster residential growth at 2% and non-residential at 1%. And then this highest growth scenario with, again, a hypothetical, what if it's a 3% growth on the residential side, and the non-residential growth, what if it's 1.5%? So the way that looks like is in terms of numbers, and we're modeling this, so we're inputting actual numbers of housing units, converting it to population, converting it to public school students, and to jobs. So what you're looking at here is our base estimate in that first column, the gray shaded column, that's the base year number, and then modeling the net increase. And so the next three columns are the net increase, so the total, if we were to add the base case to the base year, the base scenario, to the 2024 estimates, you would get for a population of today, or 2024, 41,000 and change, plus the 7,500. So we're looking at a total population of close to 49,000 over the next 20 years by 2044. So that's how, and each of those are added to that base year. But we are modeling the net increase. So what does that mean in terms of the fiscal impact results? So we get right into it in terms of a 20-year, so this is a 20-year aggregated number over, again, from year 1 to year 20, adding total revenues shown on the blue chart, the blue bar for each scenario, total costs in the red bar, and then the net fiscal result, revenues minus expenditures, showing on the green. So our base case scenario, our base scenario on that trend, the just under 1% residential and not just under 0.5% non-residential growth, of a net positive over 20 years of about $10 million. And then the two faster growth scenarios generating a deficit over the 20 years. So showing that the revenues from that growth, from that development, are insufficient to cover the expenditures that are generated from that same growth. We get into it a little more detail on an annual basis. And so again, we're modeling 20 years, and this is revenues minus expenditures in each year. So unlike a budgeting process where if you had a surplus, you would carry that forward, you would have a cash balance, you would carry it forward. We're just year over year, are the revenues generated in that year of development enough to cover the expenditures? And again, there's operating costs in there and capital costs in there as well. On the capital side, we do assume debt financing, so it kind of smooths those capital costs out over time. And so at the end of 20 years, there may still be some capital costs that are incurred because they're not a one-time hit in the annual. So as you see here, our blue line is that base case, is our trend. There's pretty much year over year enough sufficient revenues to cover those expenditures. And then when we get into that higher growth, both the red line and the green line, kind of half the time it's positive and kind of dips into negative territory over time, meaning that those costs are building up, the debt service is adding up, and the revenues are insufficient to cover those expenditures. And then we kind of highlight and annotate a little bit of what's happening in each of those years. And so again, we have school costs, and I'm highlighting the capital piece because that is really where you get those kind of a little bit of the bumps and the lumpierness to the projections. And so initially, for the base, we have some school capital costs, and then toward the end, fire and parks. For the higher growth, again, school and fire, and school, parks, and fire capital toward the end. And then again, on the green, kind of those same costs, but just happening sooner. Again, as the growth occurs quicker, those costs are hitting earlier. And then another, and this is not in the report, this is just kind of attempting to get at when those capital costs, again, this is capital only and kind of the timing. So the first set of colors is again for the trend scenario, kind of what is occurring when. And I should note on this too, the way we're modeling this is like for transportation. We have an annual capital cost in there that's hitting every year. As trips are added to the system, we're saying like, this is your cost per trip from a capital investment standpoint. These are not, new big projects in each year. This is, what is it gonna cost to continue to cost to provide levels of service? The education is both buses and the school capacity, but it's not net new schools in each of those years. It is seats, as we're hitting capacity thresholds, when those seats are needed to continue to achieve that 95% capacity. Parks, the same thing. That's a little lumpier, where we're waiting to get to a threshold and build a 20-acre park, if you will, and that happens later. You'll see in the first scenario, there's not a trigger for the general government space. That happens in the higher growth and highest growth scenarios. And again, that's at current levels of service. That may be something that doesn't occur because you get efficiencies with your existing space, or folks are remote workers, or those kinds of things. So there's, again, current levels of service to continue to provide square footage to house, to provide those services. Sheriff and fire. Sheriff is vehicles, and fire is both apparatus and fire stations. Again, not a new station in each year, but those costs that are incurred once, sort of when they first hit, and then continue to incur over time, both for debt service and replacement vehicles. And then finally, showing this as an average annual figure that kind of gets to what you would see in your budget, if you will, the annual number. So sort of annualizing it over the first 10 years and the second 10 years, and then over the life of this projection period. So again, the base scenario kind of essentially showing a net positive at the same level in each year, and each of the 10-year 10-year increments, and over the life of the the projection period. And then the next two, again, this kind of takeaway is first 10 years, there's sufficient revenues to cover those expenditures to accommodate growth, but after that, that sort of midpoint, the next 10 years, really not generating sufficient revenues to cover those expenditures. Again, at these faster growth assumptions, the what if there was more residential growth, as well as non-residential growth, but at this pace, what would that look like in terms of those expenditures, and how it relates to the revenues that are generated. So again, in summary, the base and trend scenario with these set of assumptions produces fiscally positive results, and these other two faster growth scenarios producing negative net deficits. The growth of the faster growth rates, as I mentioned, development does not generate that sufficient revenue to cover those operating and capital costs, again, assuming maintaining level of service. And then, not unsurprisingly, it's really those capital costs that are drivers for those negative results, given that those things are sort of occurring, they're hitting a threshold, and then those costs continue over time. And then again, what's interesting and the takeaway here for us in this study is this kind of second half deficits, where as the conditions sort of worsen as time goes on, and again, really building up those capital costs. And I think part of that too is due to the debt service assumptions as well. And with that, I am happy to take questions and have a discussion. Thank you.
I think this could be a very time-consuming subject matter, and I would recommend that maybe we touch base with this during a work session, so we could better understand what's really going on. I'm gonna be up front. I haven't had the opportunity to really read through everything pertaining to the growth rate or the study.
But we do have a moment just for some comments or questions, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we bring it back at another work session,
Yeah.
maybe they can't be here in person, and you're good about, dialing in and calling in, so I'm not worried about that. But yeah, I just have a few questions if you don't mind.
Okay.
Good to see you again. Thank you. I have been looking at this since March, actually, so I've spent quite a bit of time with all of your drafts. of the information. And I wondered if it still held true as to your presentation in April to the Planning Commission. When we asked about like business revenue, solar siting plans, when we passed the TLC warehouses, right? All of those different opportunities for business growth and revenue. If those things, if it still hold true that those things are not included in these scenarios, even in the June draft.
So in terms of, there's business revenues, but we're not
Business-
modeling a specific solar land use, if you will. We have
So
land
we have
use
like a
specific.
siting agreement that proffers around $1 million a year to, our county, overall county revenue. And so none of those specific projects or plans were included. I mean, because that could possibly help the scenarios, right?
Right,
And
and
you're
so-
saying it's not included.
Right, so what is modeled is is growth without considering, it's not a site, it's not a parcel-specific analysis, so we're not doing, specific businesses or specific, the actual, this is averages and prototype land uses, if you will. But certainly that you could say, okay, here's our trend, we have a positive, and oh, by the way, we have $1 million a year or whatever then that's added on top of it. So that's sort of off model in my mind.
And so with the model, is it really a model, like a model that you hand over to us, or is it just projections at 3 different scenarios?
So in this, what we've scoped here is as an analysis where we've built a model specifically for this study. The county does have a capital impact. It's a model in that it's an Excel. It's Excel, right? It's in Excel. We don't do the, we're not software. And we should have prefaced. We're not software engineers. We're not programmers. We're planners and municipal finance professionals. And so it's all open. So it is an Excel. Work functions as a model, but it does function as a model. I'll leave it at that.
Unless you deliver it, we own it. I mean, we can.
So this particular, so the county staff county has the capital impacts model, and you still have the fiscal impact model, just the capital impacts model. Capital impacts model at this point. It is proprietary. It is not open. This is our business, right? This is proprietary, so it's not open for. It's under a license agreement for county staff to use it to do analysis. So in the capital impacts model, does an analysis of proffer, for specifically that for proffer negotiation. So yeah, but we do have clients where we build a model and we turn it over to county staff and they can use it to do their own analyses.
So in this case,
This case has not been scoped and contracted to do that for this particular project.
So it is open in Excel and we can play with it, or no? We cannot.
We can, and county staff can. It is not open to the public.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. As long as county staff has access. I think that got to my
But
question.
not this particular model. There's been several models. We have worked with the county for 20 years. Amy and I go way back. I've been working in the company for 22 years.
Yeah.
And I think my first job was pretty much, 17 years ago. So, here in the county.
So speaking of that, Isle of Wight County has been a very good customer of Tischler Bice to include a recent study that was paid for by the schools. So is it your plan that this projected growth study and the body of work that you are completing with the schools are aligned?
So it's thank you for that question, because there's a timing element here. So this study and our wrap up, as I said, we started in 2024, finished in the spring. We're still kind of finishing this out. At the same time, we're working with the schools, and those things are happening too. And that is, I think, a discussion that the county staff and I will have in terms of maybe we wait and we hold off on finalizing this to align with the latest information and the latest research that's coming out on the school study, which we're a part of, which we're doing. So we could wait, because there are some there may be some differences, and there could be, and so we could wait. We can, so that is, that may be a discussion point also for, for you all as well.
I mean, from my perspective, alignment would be great, right? Especially since it's the same community. But I just don't want it to cost a whole lot more.
No, no,
Yeah.
it's, don't worry about that.
Okay. Did your models consider, I mean, I saw the capital list, but did it consider libraries, courts, solid waste, things like that? That was,
Solid waste, if it's, and I just want to make sure I'm remembering it correctly, if it's an enterprise fund, it wouldn't have been included. If it's not, if it's general fund supported, it would be included. And I just don't know off the top of my head.
You took all of the line items from the current budget.
Yeah, okay. But solid waste is, Sometimes in some cases, there's just solid waste enterprise funds, and I just.
and does your model take in consideration the proffered caps as far as rates on developments go? Like as you planned it out, or you just did the scenario, so I guess that's not really applicable, but I was wondering if you took in consideration if Sweetgrass capped development at 125 units a year or whatever, for example.
I mean, well, you want to speak to that?
It's
but-
okay. Yeah, so I guess this kind of goes back a little bit to what you were talking about, trying to incorporate the development of the solar facility or Tidewater Logistics. The background growth rate for non-residential square footage, we just took an annual average of 0.4% growth per year, instead of trying to time when exactly Tidewater Logistics would come online, or when exactly Sycamore Cross would come online. It could happen next year, or it could happen 10 years from now, as we've seen from so many other developments in the county. You know, they could promise a build out of 6 years from now, but if we don't see them for another 20 years, that wouldn't be out of normal either. So that's why we incorporated on average per year what that growth would be for non-residential growth. So same with the proffers, because they're not incorporated in our budget. They're over and above, and help me if I'm wrong, they're over and above what our budget is, because they can only be spent in certain categories, and not every development's going to qualify to pay them. So we can't budget year to year exactly how many proffers we're going to get, because we don't know, A, if they're going to be proffered and we're going to accept them, and B, if they're actually going to be built out next year. So when we get proffers, it's more of kind of like, I hate to say the word windfall, but it is. And then there's only a certain number of categories in our budget we can spend them on, and they have to go towards capacity expansion. We can't spend them on operational costs like teachers or special ed resources or anything like that. We have to spend them according to the reason they were proffered, according to law. So it really doesn't kind of factor into the model she was working with, which is just our budget line items that we.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about monetary proffers. I was talking about proffers on rates of growth or rates of housing units coming online.
Yeah, that would be, that's factored into the growth rate, the number of units that we're assuming per year.
Right.
So you had all that information from.
Yeah.
Right, but again, we're not modeling specific developments. It's not, it's again, prototype, single-family units, townhouse units, multifamily, et cetera, numbers that would be absorbed per year.
I guess my last question, if you could help me, I did get the initial draft March 14th, and I was pretty elated that, things looked pretty good at all three scenarios, right? At the 1%, 2%, 3%, with, varying rates of commercial growth. And then a new version came out April 8th, and then I was very sad because only with the first, base growth scenario was it above the line. It became very, 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 very negative. And it didn't take me very long to navigate my way to the capital impact page and look at the big difference, which just stood out to me, and that was under fire and rescue. I mean, I just went back again and looked, and the numbers for the schools weren't all that different between the March and the April draft, and the April draft matches the June draft, in case anybody's wondering. So the schools' numbers aren't that different, right? And the total number of students that are going to matriculate from these developments is not astounding, so whatever, not really worried about that. But it was really in the fire and rescue, and the difference in the scenario was $30 million. But even with the increase, and it's probably not your battle to fight, but I'm just wondering who recommended that and how did that happen in the study, because it entirely, people want to look at the headlines, right? So we went from the March study where the headline would have been, oh, growth is not such a bad thing, and here are some different scenarios, to the April headline, growth is going to cost you, going to lose you $30 million a year, or over time, you know what I mean? And so we went from a good headline to a bad headline with one change in an Excel block. And it was $30 million to build. I don't know what anybody thinks we're going to build, because even with the growth of 8,000 people spread out over the county, we're not going to build a whole new fire station, right? And that's what $30 million would cover. So I'm just like, how did that happen? And how did it take it from such a positive to a negative?
So it's not the first time that a fire impacts have swung results. So this is not uncommon, because they are, not only is it the station, but it's the apparatus and the stuff that goes in the station. And the costs were too low. They were not those fire apparatus and vehicles. I don't know if there's anything that's come through from budget or purchasing.
Yeah, we buy them
requests.
every year.
Yeah.
We know what they cost.
So,
Yeah.
and they have gone up exponentially in the last, what we've here is every month, it's and the time lag, and so you have to lock in your price, and it's really expensive. So those prices have increased dramatically. And what the model does do is it's the first purchase and then it's replacement as well. So over the 20 years, once it hits its useful life, which is 10 to 12 years, but still, if you're buying it in year one, we're going to get another purchase later. So it's not only that initial purchase, it's the replacement in the modeling, as well as we do have some station space in there as well. Now, again, you may not actually build a station. We're not doing a space needs study. We're not doing a locational, study. It is current levels of service, what is needed, what is needed to maintain that level of service to support growth, and it's a calculation, it is a formula, right? So it is not and I think we had this discussion with the fire chief as well. We're not doing their master planning for them. This is not a fire master plan. This is not a site selection or locational study, because then you get into response times, efficiency, transportation issues, all those kinds of things that have to go into that kind of a study and those siting of those stations. So again, this is purely infrastructure, the building and the stuff that goes in the building. And once we hit a threshold to maintain that level of service, that gets triggered in the model. And the costs have increased significantly enough that it flipped the results in those two scenarios.
So the costs increased between March 14th and April 8th?
Not the cost, but our cost assumptions. So we had just older cost assumptions that hadn't been thoroughly,
So it was just
been
wrong.
vetted. Yeah, it was not, it wasn't up to date, yeah.
That's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
I have a question about making sure I'm making a correct summary out of the report. For a given scenario, I'm curious how adjusting the non-residential percentage would change it. Like, so, for example, in the high one where residential growth is assumed to be 2% and non-residential is 1.0%, if instead that was higher, would that have a positive impact with minimizing the deficit?
Potentially. We did some alternative modeling early on that actually held the non-residential. We didn't do it higher. We haven't done it higher non-residential yet. I was trying to recall what our progression was. It's possible. So it does depend on what type of non-residential. So typically, or the conventional wisdom is that non-residential will pay for itself. Residential maybe won't. It does depend on lots of factors and the valuation, those kinds of things. On the non-residential side and the components there for retail, for instance, valuations may be such that they may not be sufficient. You have valuations and sales tax, but there is a cost associated with those, particularly on the public safety side, where we've modeled, and it's modeling, and it's an assumption of allocating costs between residential and non-residential, splitting those two, those costs. We do a calls for service calls for service projection, but based on vehicle trips, sort of the the traffic, not so much the vehicle traffic, but like the people traffic that comes into a store. So it's not only the jobs, the people that work there, but it's the shoppers, it's the delivery people, you know, it's all of the stuff that's coming to and from a retail establishment. So, using a trip rate, you know, so we're accounting for that kind of activity. And so, so there's a public safety cost element that goes along with that. So occasionally on like a retail establishment, depending on the valuation, there's revenues, yes, but there's also costs that go along with it. So again, I don't have the answer specifically to that question, like what if we could do that, you know, as a follow-on, as kind of a appendix and, you know, an add-on, or a kind of follow-on to see what that would look like. But we have not run that yet, but it's possible that that would offset the deficits.
You had mentioned that to go over this more, it's definitely a good idea. I mean, there's so many variables. You just mentioned one with fire and rescue, but the other variable that we see on a daily basis is the revenues that are generated by both residential and commercial growth. You know, there's enough variables here that if you just had a percentage that you could stick with, whatever that would be, it would be challenging enough to try to realize what type of revenue we would have in the future for infrastructure, et cetera. But between unfunded mandates for residential, for example, or even big business, large business in particular, where maybe they get incentivized by the state, maybe even the county at times. And once those incentives, we're thinking we're going to build something that down the road will pay for itself and generate more revenue. And then we see them shutter the doors when those incentives seemingly run out. So those variables almost makes it frustrating when you're trying to get these variables kind of tied down to where you can get an idea of what the future looks like, which you can never tell the future, but it makes it extremely challenging. It leaves our citizens, which we all here are citizens, wondering where in the world the revenue comes from. To try to address things like, you know, the fire and rescue aspect, which I think is an anomaly, in that some of the trucks that we bought for 1.3 million are about, right now, if you order them, you're not going to get them for 3 or 4 years, and then it'll be 2.3 million for the same identical truck. What else do you buy that you realize that type of increase, which is, to your point, that wasn't something you would have even realized a year ago. You knew it was going to increase, but not to. And we tack all kinds, whether it's government or private industry, tack all kinds of excuses to it, whether it's a COVID related or it's tariff or et cetera. The bottom line is it's just so unpredictable. And so digging down these, it gets frustrating because about the time you get your head wrapped around some of this, which is a lot of variables, then there's another variable, and I don't know about y'all, but in the back of my mind on where the revenues come from. So we're thinking about, what a tax rate's going to look like. We talk about not just the infrastructure, but more importantly, the staff, and how do we pay for staff. But anyway, I kind of go on and on because I was listening very close to what y'all's questions were, and it is frustrating, but it's a lot of information. I think y'all did a pretty good job here, but I can see where the numbers would have been wrong to begin with, and that's, to me, the anomaly. But
Just to underscore, I would really like to see alignment between the two studies, between the county and the school. I mean, 'cause it's all county.
Right.
We're all the same family.
we want it all factual. We want it factual. We don't want to end up with two studies that seem to kind of contradict to
Yeah.
some degree or points fingers. It's being done by the same company around the same time, so they should be in lockstep as much as they can be.
Right. And yes, and agree 100%. What, in terms of our projections and where we ended up on our preliminary projections, they're close. They're pretty much in alignment with actually taking kind of two different methodologies. And so that was reassuring that coming at it from a couple different ways, but but we're coordinated and in alignment. But thinking about, again, point in time, just some other we use student generation rates from the cooperative strategies, the latest update that they did in our work, and so now we're updating those, but those aren't done. So there's a little bit of a lag here. So that was kind of what I'm thinking about too. Like, we could wait and just get it all together. Which, again, I agree. I'm all for that. I like efficiency as much as the next person. So
Some of it's unavoidable, right? I mean, at some point you have to draw a line in the sand and say this is a snapshot in time. Things are always changing every day.
Exactly.
But
Yeah. Nope.
would be nice if they were aligned. This is very, very important work, especially because, you know, we're wrapping up our comprehensive plan revision for 2025. This body is looking over our strategic plan again that will drive our overall 10-year CIP that will then drive budget. And so, you know, we're really counting on you and counting on the data. And so thanks for coming and speaking tonight. I don't know what the next step is or the next meeting is, but you'll let us know once you tick and tie the 2 studies and are ready to present again, I guess.
Happy to do so. Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
All right, no other concerns. We thank you for your input and value your,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
okay. All right. Item B, Don. Mr. Robinson.
No, that's fine. So item B, I want to ask Mr. Frickanese and Mrs. Clack if they would come up. You all might recall, I think it was maybe about a year ago, we were recognizing the RISE program for receiving a VACO award. And so this year they submitted not for the state award, but for a national award. And were awarded a NACO award for the RISE program, which is a program that we've been really excited about. Mike and Jamie are doing fantastic work for the county, and it's really benefiting our citizens. And so I want to make sure that they came here tonight and had an opportunity just to be here, but we want to really applaud the work that they're doing, and certainly the recognition that we're receiving from that program is a testament to the work that they're doing.
Thanks, Don. If I could add a few to that,
Sure.
because that was pretty good. We could have ended you right there. Mike Frickanese, Director of Parks and Recreation, and Jamie Clack, our Therapeutic Recreation Specialist. Good evening, Supervisors, Mr. Chairman. So as Don mentioned, and for those watching who aren't familiar with NACO, the National Association of Counties has an annual awards program that recognizes innovative county government programs. And the RISE program this year was selected for an achievement award in the Parks and Recreation category. And now RISE doesn't have a plaque or a certificate, but this is a great opportunity to brag about the program and the work that my coworker here is doing, which I'm going to get to her in just a second. But RISE, as a reminder for those who aren't familiar with it, stands for Resilient Independent Social Empowerment. And it's a therapeutic recreation program for adults with disabilities. The program's goal is to promote socialization, increase independent living skills, and participate in recreational activities within an inclusive setting. And adult inclusion programming serves 2 primary goals. One is to provide an opportunity for adults who exhibit the need for therapeutic recreation intervention, an opportunity to overcome barriers and continue recreation participation. And 2 is to educate department staff on how to effectively work with participants who have varying disabilities. So RISE is the brainchild of our therapeutic recreation specialist, Jamie Clack, coworker standing next to me. And since Jamie developed the RISE program, it has been selected for the Virginia Recreation and Park Society Award for Best New Program, the Virginia Association of Counties, VACO, as Don mentioned, Achievement Award, and now the National Association of Counties, the NACO Achievement Award. And during that same time frame, Jamie was selected by the National Recreation and Parks Association in the 30 Under 30 program. That's 30 employees under 30 years old, young professionals making, she's young professionals making an impact on their community with innovative ideas and programs. And this specific recognition for her was because of the RISE program. So therapeutic recreation, or TR as we call it, is very important to every community. Before I came to the county, the board recognized the need for therapeutic recreation programs and a TR employee. So that was established before I even came here. And before I even came to the county, the board set a very specific expectation for adult TR programming. And that laid the groundwork for Jamie upon her arrival to succeed, I believe, and I think everybody would agree with that goal. with the RISE program and much more. And by the way, she's also been integral in helping stand up the new Commission on Adults with Disabilities, which is already doing some pretty impressive things. So she's meeting those goals. So just quickly, I'd like to say thank you to NACO for the award and for the opportunity to highlight therapeutic recreation, to brag about Jamie, and let the community know about RISE, and of course put a face to the name. And if anybody sees Jamie at the upcoming fair, September 11th through the 14th, at the Info Tent, or at one of the sensory tent, you can learn all about that. You can ask Jamie about therapeutic recreation programming, specifically adult programming, because there's a lot more of them than just RISE. So thank you very much for that. And thank you, NACO. Thank you, Don.
Congratulations, Jamie.
So if I may, Brendan, would you put that down for a minute?
Yeah.
Could you stand up for a minute?
Yeah.
Do you go to, turn around and face everybody if you don't mind, I'm gonna ask you some questions, face Jamie. Do you go to the RISE program?
Yes, I do.
What do you like about the RISE program, buddy?
My friends.
Your friends, and what kind of things do y'all do at the RISE program?
We go on field trips to do arts and crafts stuff.
Arts and crafts stuff?
Yep.
So how many days a week do you go to that?
Every Friday.
Every Friday. You look forward to that?
Yep.
Yep.
Fun.
And you always have a lot of good things to say about Miss Jamie, don't you?
Yeah.
So thank y'all so very much as a parent, but on behalf of Brendan and his family and others that y'all are helping, you've made quite a difference in our community. And I hope that other people see this and are able to participate in it. So, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Brendan.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, we'll move along. Item C, 2026 legislative priority list.
Yes, sir. Each year, you all adopt a legislative priority list for presentation to your General Assembly delegation. There have been a lot of meetings around the region, both in Hampton Roads as well as other outside regions, who've been talking about our legislative programs for 2026. In meetings with some of our legislators, they have encouraged us to move sooner rather than later on development of our legislative agendas. In fact, they've asked us, if possible, if we could have our legislative priorities identified by the 1st of October. So if we can communicate that to them, they can begin working sooner on our behalf. So I've pretty much compiled this list of items that you all had for last year. Obviously, there are a couple of items that we've been working on for a while. The additional sales tax for educational purposes. We got that close last year before it was vetoed. So there's still a general sentiment that that is a high enough priority around the state. There's a feeling that this year we might actually get over the hurdle. The other items are equally important in terms of educational funding support, unfunded mandates, as you mentioned a few minutes ago, transportation funding. If you recall, last year there was a bill that really this board, Mr. McCarty and some others, really took the reins and ran with it relative to additional tax revenue for Hampton roads to deal with primary and secondary roads. Again, passed both houses of the General Assembly. The governor vetoed it. There is growing support, not only within Hampton Roads, but around the state, because other regions are looking at this and saying, if Hampton Roads gets it, then we got a shot. So there's support outside of this region to help us get across the finish line, because we know that that'll help some of the other parts of the state to do that. I've given you kind of a long lead-in to just simply say, if you would, certainly between now and your September meeting, take a look at this list. If there are other items that you all are aware of or that you've been thinking about, if you would let us know so that we could begin to do a little bit of research and incorporate those into your list. And certainly we can bring that back for your consideration at your September meeting.
I know that you're asking us to come back with this. Should we look at drilling into some of the, for example, unfunded mandates? There was a amendment to the, I believe it's Virginia Constitution, if you will. If I have that wrong, I'm sorry, it's just been a long day. But it was, I think all of us citizens were in favor of making sure we took care of our disabled veterans. And we need to do that. I don't think any of us would disagree. That's why it passed. At the same time, the state needs to provide some relief. It is making it to the point of what we just talked about. It's making it more than difficult for affordable housing for people who are already living in their homes in this county. So it seems to me we might need to drill into that. Other unfunded mandates would be maybe giving comp board members or certain positions, state positions, teachers, for example, a raise, which sounds great because who wouldn't be in favor of a raise? But they're only paying a fraction of that raise. So at the end of the day, this county is left trying to figure out how to pay for it. So I don't know if we should drill into one of those, as opposed to just hitting it with a broad brush.
Especially bad if it's mid-cycle, right? I mean.
Oh, yeah. They shouldn't be doing, we've already done our budget and they come in and it works out well. They look like the heroes, we look like the villains because we haven't budgeted for it. Our citizenry, our county expects us to run a tight budget, not to have money just laying around. If the state decides to do something, we can easily match it. Y'all know that better than anybody. But to me, we probably need to drill into those, we'll call them unfunded ones. Maybe pick one or two. I think the school thing, we should continue to push that across the line. We talked about that in the previous years. Kind of moving the ball forward on that because it does still have some momentum. And the tax increase, if you will, for the Hampton Roads HRTPO, that was a fraction, 2% of a penny, I believe is what it comes down to. It's
0.3.
Okay, I was off a little bit. And kind of give everybody an idea, everybody in this room, well, everybody that's a taxpayer in Hampton Roads, particularly in this county, are paying that extra money to HR TAC, if you will, Hampton Roads Transportation Commission. And that's going to big projects like the tunnels and stuff like that, that we all will enjoy to some degree. But there's a portion of our citizens that'll never, maybe hardly ever use those tunnels. So this is an opportunity for a fraction of a penny for others to get on board, help pay for. They may be secondary roads to other people, but I can assure you 620 is not secondary to a lot of our citizens. And I just pick up that road as one example. And we've talked about that. This board had to take some funding away from 620 just to move the marker, actually to pay off some, we'll call it liability, to finish off the bike path. So anyway, I don't mean to go on and on. My point is to bring that up is I encourage our citizens to take a look at what we're trying to take on and what we're trying to make our priorities and come alongside of us. I mean, they know people too, so that we can get this ball moved across the finish line or across the goalpost.
So when we talk unfunded mandates, do we need to identify, which ones actually impact the county so we can try to get relief?
Well,
Because
I think that's what you were.
yeah, because I mean, the Disabled Veterans one, which is a very admirable and very appropriate program, the cost of that locally is extremely, y'all seen it.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing would be the EMS drug program. That we had to stand up, so they took away the ability to do the supply and med exchange with the
But some of that, as I recall, we can talk about it later, there was some federal legislation or federal laws there that existed that my understanding is the state of Virginia just pretended like it didn't exist or we were rolling along doing just fine and somebody brought it to someone's attention and that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but they could still consider it. I mean, it's a mandate that costs us money.
Oh, no doubt, some funding.
Yeah.
And so we do have that one included. That was included in your list last year, and certainly I think we should include that again.
And then, of course, opposing anything that takes away local choice on decisions.
Yep.
In a variety of areas. I'll give some thought to ways to subsidize agricultural, like farm support.
And I will note, because you've made a point of this in the past, there's growing discussion around taxing like vape products and some of those things that the state is currently taxing, but they're not allowing the localities to tax.
It's taxed as a food item, correct?
I don't think it is.
I mean, the last time I checked, it was taxed as a food item.
But, there is a tax, but like similar to the tobacco or cigarette tax.
Right.
That's not applicable to localities at this point. And so there's discussion about that in terms of that being something that we ought to start to push.
It's an emerging trend.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, you done?
Yes,
All right,
again,
we'll
I'll.
move on to the next item D, Board of Supervisors Annual Retreat.
Yeah, this is something that, again, you all participate in annually. Last year, if you recall, you spent the day over at the Planning District Commission. Your discussion was focused primarily around the strategic plan, and so there was a lot of input. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to move that process forward, but you have a retreat coming up. Again, don't know if you want to look at the October timeframe again or not, but at this point, it's open in terms of time, date, location, subject matter. There are any number of things that, we could certainly put in front of you for discussion if you're interested. Just really wanted to get that ball rolling in terms of some thought and dialogue.
I really would suggest if we're gonna have a retreat, let's not have it in Chesapeake, all that traffic we gotta deal with.
Yeah.
I mean,
Keep it in Isle of Wight.
So, to that point, I have been having some conversations with the school superintendent. You may or may not be aware, in their new central office adjacent to Hardy Elementary School, they have a large meeting room. It is a very nice space. It does have some technology, and they've offered, if you all ever want to use that space for any reason, it's available to you. So if you did want to do something local, not necessarily in this room, that's an option for you.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, so just my cautionary tale is that we met last October with the directors, which I think was fantastic, and then it took us until April to get the minutes from that meeting in October, and we were knee-deep in budget, so, I don't know, call it 6 months, and didn't get the work output from the meeting, which was terrible. And then, we kind of took some of that work product, and what we need to do is meet and come together and start to consider a new strategic plan, since it hasn't been done since 2013. And that really should guide the CIP, the 10-year CIP. So, if we're gonna get together, I would love to have, and Chairman Rosie, I think, is still on the phone, hopefully, but I mean, I would love to have a joint school board and Board of Supervisors meeting sometime in the fall, so we don't get stuck too close to when we have to start considering budget without having talked again. And I'd also like to really challenge us to work on a new strategic plan versus having another retreat to talk about stuff that we didn't do anything with the stuff we talked about last time.
I love that. I mean, seriously, that's something we've been talking about. And so if that's the board's desire, that would be fantastic. I think it would be time well spent in getting that process wrapped up.
At the same time, the retreats that we've done, we've definitely done, I mean, it's important stuff because it's a big umbrella that encompasses everything we do. At the same time, whether it's a retreat, we start dissecting this in work sessions or whatever. I mean, I've got a list of things that are in no particular order. I mean, infrastructure, you will rightfully so, our citizens want to know about the infrastructure. We need to be engaged and talk about infrastructure. That is, the future of the water systems, the future of the towns and how that correlates, if it does at all, with the county's water system. Sewer development. I mean, I don't know that we've put any sewer lines in the ground in this county outside of a development to people that have lived here for generations that may have failing septic systems. We've never identified we've talked a little bit about areas that have identified that are problem areas, but I think that needs to be out there so that if not this board, if it doesn't happen, if it's another year and we don't do anything, that somebody eventually gets some of this stuff done because we push it out front. That word that we're not supposed to use, proffers, impact fees, what does that mean? What does it not mean? What can you do? What can't you do? Our citizens, not that we don't know to a degree, that we need to be refreshed, but also when it gets on the record, our citizens know what challenges are associated. They want to know, where's this money going? All this growth is going on. Where's the money? And that's a good question. I think we need to put that out there. Affordable housing, that gets brought up. It gets brought up, and let's build some new stuff that can be affordable. And I would often offer up the whole, how do we keep it affordable for people that are already in their homes on fixed budgets? I don't know, and I'm not saying this goes hand in hand, it just is in my list. You know, I've seen on somewhere the phase 2 or whatever of Red Oaks Trailer Park. There's a different phase there. What does that mean? And, you know, I don't know that that's any solution or that anybody wants that, but there's plenty of people, generations in this county that grew up in some of the trailer parks, and they're fine people, and it was a way for them to be part of our community, and, you know, so I just think there's a lot of things that we need to dive in. I don't know how we do it, right on down to salaries. We've had that discussion, how we obtain, maintain, and recruit good people, and whether we talk about salaries, whether we talk the trending for benefits so that we keep some of our good people. I think we need to have that out front. Not only does it allow us to make some decisions, it also gives our staff some idea of what their board is thinking. You know, do they feel very comfortable in their job that the board is trying to do everything and consider? So I think there's a lot of that stuff that we need to roll up our sleeves and really dig into. We often come up, you know, we have a retreat, we go over a plan, we have a slogan, we get some presentations, and then we leave and it seems like nothing happens, and I don't learn much. But with this, I think there's an opportunity to educate us, our citizens alongside of us, or for our citizens to hear about it and come back with some input from us. And again, this doesn't have to be the retreat, but it needs to be. We need to start addressing these things.
Well, to your point, I think a lot of that would be folded into the strategic plan discussions in terms of how you prioritize some of those things that you've talked about, so.
I mean, whichever tool we want to use, we need to start digging into this stuff.
So are you thinking an all-day retreat somewhere in the county in October, perhaps early outside of our regular work session and meeting?
That's kind of my thought. If we rolled up our sleeves and really focused, I think we could I think it could be a very productive day relative to the strategic plan.
And would that include directors or just us?
My mind is that, yeah, we'd have to have everybody in the room working.
So you have all the resources should something come up.
Yeah, because you're going to need that when questions come up or things need to be discussed. But it's your retreat, so.
Mr. Rosie, did you have something, sir?
Yes, I really appreciate this discussion we're having right now, and I think perhaps if we could set an agenda in that you've already laid out a number of different potential opportunities that we should discuss, that each board member would try to pencil in some of those items that they see as priorities and discussion, and let's create a draft sometime in September that we can then look at in preparation for the October meeting. I think if we go into it with a little bit better plan and then prioritize within those ideas that come forward, what we really will have time to discuss, and make sure that we also bring in staff and departments that can feed on that as well. If they know what we're looking at strategically, I think it will help us have a better strategic plan, and maybe one that has a little more practicality to it. I do think the issues in terms of infrastructure are significant. I think the issues in terms of economic development are really huge, especially as we looked at our presentation earlier tonight. We saw that if you're looking at alternate 1 or alternate 2, then we have some issues, some growing issues, and so we need to focus a little bit more on economic development in the sense of trying to bring in more business. We have several legs that help support our economy in significant ways. We have our IP at one end of the county, we have Smithfield at another end of the county, we have business Shirley T. Holland, but we need to be strategic in how we pursue further development as key sources of revenue. We know that our strongest sources come out of commercial and industrial development, and we still have a number of residential things going on. One of the things I would also like to have a discussion on in relation to that is the fact that more recently I learned that, and I would like it substantiated, but we talk about the traffic on 17, and no one has really discussed the fact that, from what I'm hearing, is 30% of that traffic on 17 is coming out of Suffolk. People going over to Newport News, so on, and working, but they're passing through, and that's adding into some of our congestion issues. A lot of folks have said, well, it's just because we're building too fast, but it's more than just what's going on here, what's going on in Suffolk, what's going on in other areas where we have people that are leaving the county to go to work, where perhaps we could switch that around with good economic development to where people are coming to our county because they want to work, or staying in our county because they want to work here. But that's just a few ideas. But some kind of plan, developing a draft, and being more prepared for our discussions, I think would be huge.
Chairman Rosie, it's Renee. I developed a draft of a strategic plan and sent it to you all in June. Have you reviewed that?
Yes.
You have? Okay.
So I think that's a great jumping point.
Okay. I just haven't gotten many comments back from anybody about it. I'll submit dates in early October that I'm available and not traveling for work.
Yeah, if everybody's comfortable with that general time frame, if you'll get some dates to us, and maybe between Katie and I, we'll try to coordinate with you all and see what works and bring some suggested dates to the September meeting.
I would suggest that we use your draft plan as a basis for that too, and then submit
Absolutely.
any additional additions, or if there are any deletions recommended. That was a pretty good basis, in my opinion.
And to be clear, the way that that was developed was based on the notes from our October retreat that we got in April that we haven't looked at, the school's strategic vision, the comprehensive plan, and the 2013 existing strategic plan that needs to be looked at. So all four of those documents I merged into thoughts about what a new strategic plan could look like that could, drive other decisions. But I'm not saying it's perfect. It's just better than starting with a blank piece of paper.
Okay. We'll move on then, ready? Item E, matters for the board information.
Yeah, that's primarily just a couple of reports from the museum and some correspondence we received from Charter with some revisions that they're making with their services.
Okay, so that's a bit, everybody can read those on their own. All right, item 15, unfinished old business, Bridgepoint Commons conditional use permit, or zoning permit application. That's before us. Who's heading that up?
First item under old business tonight is your continued discussion on the Bridgepoint Commons proposed planned development mixed-use rezoning. As you recall from your July meeting, you continued your discussion to your next regular meeting, which is tonight. During that discussion, you all raised some questions with regard to safety issues of a single entrance, the VDOT variance process, sidewalk questions, commercial access, alternative access points to include Deep Bottom Drive, and the legality of the Britway connection. And as you recall, I did do some background research and send a memo to you all under a separate email early this month. In addition to those questions, you all also asked to follow up with the developer about providing a cost estimate for the construction and wetlands permitting for a potential entrance on Deep Bottom Drive. They did provide that additional information, which I sent to you all. I also attached it to the staff report for this evening's meeting. The consultant or the developer and the property owners are here if you have more detailed questions with regard to those cost estimates, and I'm available for questions if you should have any during your discussion.
All right, you all want to present something?
Good evening, Supervisors. Hi again. My name is Amy Bokikio. I'm here with Land Planning Solutions. Our office is located at 5857 Harborview Boulevard in Suffolk. I want to first thank staff for all of their hard work over the past month in responding to several additional questions raised by the board and their quick communication with the developer and with us. I think it's been very productive, and I really appreciate their time and really going above and beyond what they normally would do, which is, you know, your run-of-the-mill staff report or presentation. They really have really analyzed this application very deeply, so I appreciate that. One of the main concerns that was raised was, could we apply for a variance from VDOT to have a second access directly from 17 so that our required 2 points of access could come from 17 rather than tying into Britt Way through the Ashby subdivision. And so we did collaborate with VDOT as well as our environmental consultant to see if that was a possibility in order to obtain a variance. In the memo that you received, there was discussion over 6 different points that would have to be met in order to justify the variance. So one of those is a topographic constraint at the connection at Britt Way, which there is not a topographic constraint. The second criteria is that the proposed use and the adjoining development would need to be incompatible to the use that you're tying into. And it's our opinion that the uses are actually compatible with one another, and it's, you know, a shared kind of residential project to where you have single-family homes buffered by townhomes that front on your main corridor. And this has commonly been the trend and what the county has liked to see with recent developments. For example, Bartlett Station and that mix of housing that's occurring, it does result in a good, diverse community, so we think that it is a compatible use. The third criteria is that the adjoining property, in this case the Ashby subdivision, is completely built out, and it would have no expectation of redevelopment, and there would be no stub that's existing or platted. And we in fact do have a platted stub to the property line, so we do not meet that criteria. Fourth, the connection would have to impact the developer's ability to comply with local ordinances and the requirements for preserved open space and connectivity. And the connection to Britt Way actually satisfies VDOT regulations and the county's subdivision ordinances and comprehensive plan about interconnectivity through neighborhoods. And then the fifth criteria is that the connection, in order to obtain the variance, you would have to provide evidence that there would be work outside of the right-of-way, or that additional property would be needed in order to construct the right-of-way, and that property would be outside of the control of the developer. And in this case, with Britt Way already being constructed and engineered as a 26-foot wide asphalt roadway with curb and gutter on both sides, it was already designed and was within the engineering parameters to tie into. Whereas if we were to connect to Deep Bottom Drive, that is an existing 30-foot right-of-way, so it's substandard to the county's minimum 50-foot for a public road, and the asphalt pavement is about 20 feet. You have, open ditches, no curb and gutter. There's a crown in the road, so it would require mill and overlay. It would require stormwater treatment of the additional runoff if the road was widened and improved. So there's significant hurdles there, significant construction impacts to residents on Deep Bottom Drive if we were to tie in there. And so overall, in looking at the criteria outlined by VDOT in order to warrant a variance, we don't meet not a single one of those criteria, unfortunately. And I would like to just remind folks that our traffic engineers worked with VDOT prior to even submitting our rezoning application. We worked for several months. Once the application was submitted, the TIA was revised numerous times. And we revisited this topic over the past month and reached out to our traffic engineers again and our environmental consultant. And unfortunately, the tie-in, either by doing a second access on Route 17 or out to Deep Bottom, they're just not feasible and very challenging and don't meet the variance criteria. So. I think that's the main focus of the board and what their main concerns were, but we would also be happy to touch on other matters such as the retail and commercial and how large that is and what uses go there, and the retail vacancy rate in the county, and just any other matters that you have concern over. We're happy to address those.
So, I'll ask the attorney, so we're talking, in fact, about rezoning the property itself. So how far out do we have to go to discuss other things related to that property?
Any impacts that this development has or requirements under our ordinance and VDOT comes into play as well, because they have to satisfy them, because they're going to be the ones that take the road, any public roads into the secondary maintenance system.
Right.
So as far as the developer has made numerous proffers regarding the limiting the use of commercial, and I know they added vape and strips club, and I don't remember the last one, but it's for what I'm saying, it's not important. But those items are all certain items that address concerns of the impact of this development. As far as the traffic impacts, whether they the Department of Transportation requires for new developments, they want 2 access points. And so they are providing it, or their plan is to provide it through Brittway's connection, and then they're right in, right out on Route 17. The question about whether they can find another one is certainly, it's addressing the concerns of citizens that came that said, we don't want this connection through our neighborhood, so they've explained that their rationale as to why it is still needed. So when we talk about how far out we go, because again, they had to do a traffic impact study. They did a financial analysis of the impacts of the development with, schools and things of that nature. So that is the reason that this road issue is being discussed.
But Brittway was actually built and designed in that cul-de-sac for future potential development.
The plat that was recorded shows a stub that ties to this subject property, and the notes on the plats talk about it being a future extension.
Yeah.
And it was.
But I rode down there, I think it was yesterday, and I was amazed how wide the road was and how big the cul-de-sac is. And I was saying.
And again, when, under Virginia law, when a subdivision plat is put to record, such as Ashby West, where Brittway is located, when that subdivision plat is put to record, by operation of law, that public right-of-way for a road automatically becomes vested in the county. And then through the right process, when the road is then accepted into the secondary highway system with VDOT, the county then loses control over that road. The state code specifically states that the management of that road and the maintenance of that road becomes VDOT, and it specifically says, and the locality has no management authority. So that road, whether that road is now available for a connection is VDOT's basis. Now, we would, when I say we, if this body approves this subdivision with a conceptual plan, because that's what they have provided, they're, in addition to asking to say we're asking for X number of residential lots, they have provided a conceptual plan that they have to then develop in substantial conformity with that plan. So if they came in and said they start building, they said we're not going to tie into there, that would violate this rezoning. So they are providing a conceptual plan that is the guise of what they are asking for. So that, but again, in that, as the speaker just said, that they worked with VDOT, and it's VDOT who is saying that is what we would like. It's not necessarily what this board wants, but that is what VDOT is suggesting is the appropriate traffic handling design.
That's the same one that just gave us the transportation study options on Route 17, right?
Yeah, take all the stoplights
Yeah,
away.
I mean,
Yeah.
good stuff.
It's perfect.
Never mind outfalls.
But that's what it is.
So refresh my memory again, how wide is Brentway, the road, 30-some foot?
50.
50, the road itself is 50
The
foot?
right-of-way.
The roadway is what I'm asking about. The roadway is 50 foot wide?
Back of curb to back of curb, and I'll look at the development.
It's a 26-foot pavement width, but a 50-foot right-of-way.
But it's a 26-foot pavement width. Do we have parking along, are people parking along that?
Yes.
So didn't we run into parking issues at another part up in that district where we asked law enforcement to enforce it or whatever, and they said they couldn't because it was VDOT, and VDOT said they wouldn't? You know where I'm talking about, I'd rather not say.
It was closer to Smith Neck Road.
Right.
But
And when at the end of the day, basically put our hands up and said,
well, yeah, we are.
Couldn't do nothing about it?
By state law, it is, if we don't maintain the road, all we can do is request VDOT to look into whether or not they're going to allow on-street parking.
so you said the roadway is how wide? What was that again? Or
26
50 right away. What is
26, I believe is what it
20
said.
26 pavement.
Pavement width, yeah. So, let's talk about Brentway for a moment. So we got 26 foot wide, we got people parking on both sides, what they've done probably since they moved in there. So we will send law enforcement down and get rid of those cars, because we need those cars moved, but we couldn't do that, right? It was almost impossible, was it not,
Right,
Mr. Jones?
they have to be violating.
So when there's a fire down there and you need an aerial, because those houses are pretty close, so y'all have seen them. 21 foot wide is what you need to put the outriggers out on Smithfield's aerial device, which is the only platform, or the platform that would serve that. I don't know how you're gonna do it. You're gonna have to move some vehicles. Or somebody else's house could end up burning down, or you might not be able to do a rescue, if you will, off of aerial device. That's just one little small element of this that I thought was interesting. So, yeah, there's other places in the county have the same challenges, but I can't unring a bell. Just a thought.
But I think that what you're referring to is a certain part of that development that we spoke of, they only wanted to deal with a certain part. Well, we couldn't, I mean, if VDOT wasn't gonna do it, they had to do it for the entire development as far as no parking on the side.
We couldn't get it enforced, period.
Right.
No different than this road. If you wanted, if this gets approved and we say this is a safety issue, we've got to be able to get an aerial device down there should one of these houses catch on fire.
Well, that doesn't change whether it's approved or not.
No, I'm just talking about egress. That's what we're talking about Brentway. I didn't talk about the whole other thing. But isn't that right, Mr. Jones? I mean, we couldn't get these other vehicles moved. I mean, there's been other neighborhoods that have been an issue too.
Again, if the vehicle, if VDOT does, and they're gonna look at it from the standpoint, is it creating a traffic hazard?
Right.
And if they say no, they're not gonna say no parking.
Right.
You know, if it's in a blind turn or something of that nature, they may. I don't know what their requirements are. But the only reason that we would have to move a car would be if someone's blocking someone's driveway, somebody is parked, they don't have sidewalks, but if somebody's parking up on a sidewalk or something of that nature, because, I mean, that's the same with, I've said it before, the pavement in my neighborhood is probably 25 foot wide, something like that. But between the edge of pavement, they're not curb and gutter, between the edge of pavement and the end of the VDOT right-of-way is 4 to 5 cuts with a 50-inch mower.
Right.
And that's not, that's part of VDOT's right-of-way. If somebody wanted to park between the road and my fence in front of my house, that's a legal park.
We've dealt with that too, in cul-de-sac. Yeah.
So in the event that they could get I guess a means of egress off of Deep Bottom, they still have to have egress from Britt Way, right?
Yes.
Sure, I thought I read that somewhere.
I mean, I guess at the end of the day, when I look at these challenges, it was pointed out to me by somebody in this room, they could build what they've already got approved, really don't need our approval. So,
But yeah, that's, I think it's VDOT's requirement that if there's a stub street,
Correct, because Britway is a stub street, it is not just an adjacent connection.
So either way, current zoning or new zoning, that road's gonna be there.
Mhm.
Yeah, if we're finished talking about roads, I don't know if we are, not saying
no,
that we.
sorry about that. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. The two other questions I had was just to review why the current project thinks again that decreasing commercial space by 2/3 is a good idea. And then finally, just to re-review, if we were to rezone this property, how much money and proffers we're giving up. So the difference between proffered statements of, actually cash to the county for different and sundry things from 2008 to what's proffered now as far as remuneration. Those are my other two questions.
I share the concern about the commercial space. Proportionally, it's a much larger reduction in commercial than it is for the residential. I think the residential reduction is, mostly viewed favorably, but it's about less than 20% of the commercial, going from 8.5 acres down to 1.5 acres. And it's okay with the chairman, I'd like to give them the applicants the opportunity to discuss that aspect on commercial. That's probably my largest concern here.
As far as profits go, we cannot mandate anything with profits. We have to just accept what they offer us, right?
but you can't demand.
No, I'm not. I'm
No,
just
no, no,
wondering.
no, see, I know it, and
I
I'm
said
gonna
from
try
the
to find it.
2008 plan to the plan today, what's the dollar difference?
I'm gonna try to see if I can find that.
Mhm.
Just to know how much we're giving up,
Mr. Chairman, my name is Robert Thornton. I live at 3752 Little Neck Point in Virginia Beach. I am the broker of record that was hired by the family to market this property. And for context purposes, I want to take a couple minutes and give you a rundown of what's happened since 2008, which may help you understand some of these things. The current zoning that's on this property now was put there in 2008. It had roughly $3 million worth of proffers. It had 350 units of subsidized workforce housing. It had an access on Route 17, a left turn access onto 17. And those things are impacted by 4 events that have taken place in the economic world. In 2010, the global financial crisis hit. 22 banks in this country went out of business. The people that had joined forces with the Brown family to develop this property could not get any money to develop it. So from 2010, next big event in 2011, the Virginia stormwater regs were changed. There's no mention on that 2008 proffer sheet of any stormwater management facility. There are bubble drawings that say 7 acres of retail, there's 350 units. So again, in 2014, the state further codified the stormwater drainage regulations, and today, almost no water can leave that site. It's got to be retained, it's got to be cleaned, and this new plan that you see before you is totally developed under the new 2014 regs. Another thing that happened in 2012, 10, 12, 13, 15, and 16, the Virginia General Assembly modified the proffer laws. And as of today, this is 2026 almost, 10 years ago, they basically said to counties, cities, and towns that you cannot demand cash proffers any longer. If the applicant wants to give those to you, you can consider it, but it has to impact the services that that project impacts. So these people would love to give you cash proffers. They've made an attempt to do that on the school board side, but this project doesn't seem to affect the schools enough to ask for money. So that's item number 3. Item number 4, this highway transportation corridor study that we heard, guess what happened then? Deep Bottom Road is scheduled to be cul-de-sac. And whether it happens or not, we don't know, but to put a major project like this onto a street that one day will have no access to Route 17 is crazy. Another thing that happened is VDOT has taken away our median break. In the 2008 proffers, we and Mr. Sawyer across the street agreed to relocate the median break. When Mr. Sawyer came to you for his zoning, you all required that he take away our median break. VDOT has told us on numerous occasions you will not have a median break any longer. So either we're going to take away the median break or Mr. Sawyer is going to take away the median break, depending on who goes first. So we have no left turn into this property. So in about 2015, I was hired to market this property. With the 4 things I've just enumerated having taken place in the marketplace, it was not really an easy project to find somebody to come here and build 350 units. We didn't have to deal with the proffers. They're no longer legal. We did lose a median break. So the 2 people that attempted to put this together for an apartment project basically said, we're not going to try to put traffic for 350 units out on Route 17 in a right-in, right-out manner. It just wasn't a good idea. So they went away. That project in 2008 had roughly 7 acres of retail. Right out of the box in my marketing effort, I had 7-Eleven sign a contract to buy the prime corner there. And after they realized that, guess what, we're not going to have a median break, it might go away. Well, retailers, to answer your question, Mrs. Roundtree, a major retailer will not go on an intersection now without a stoplight and a left turn. Secondary retailers might, but somebody like a Wawa or Chick-fil-A or McDonald's would not take this location. And so when we started the process all over again, we got a new buyer, 147 units, a 200-unit drop in traffic, apartments rather, and 5.5 acres less of retail. We realized that in talking to the neighborhood, they didn't want a big retail site there. When you talk to neighbors and try to get them on board, you have to make concessions. Well, one of the concessions is to reduce the amount of retail up front that's not going to be served well because we've lost our left-turn traffic access point. So, and in addition to the timeline, the global financial crisis came, banks went out of business, then guess what, 2020 came, COVID hit. And so now we're trying to figure out how in the world to put all this together. So fortunately, about 3 years ago, I'm just guessing on that, the current developer showed up and said, we'd like the site, we want to reduce the number of units drastically. I met with Mr. McCarty. He seemed like this was a great thing to do. Get rid of the retail, reduce the number of units, and start working with the staff on a new plan. And so that's where we are today. And we would like to ask you all to give this serious consideration. In yesterday's paper, today's paper, there's a housing shortage in Hampton Roads, a serious housing shortage. And this project is as close to workforce housing as you can get. The people that build houses now are having to spend up to $100,000 per lot in land and land development costs, and then on top of that, the cost of construction. So if you want affordable housing in the county, this represents 147 units, I think I'm giving you the right number, of as affordable as it's going to get. If you go to other places in the country, in the Commonwealth, land is extremely expensive. This parcel is reasonably priced, which keeps the affordability factor in this project. So thank you for your time. And one other point on retail, I did some homework. You have roughly 40,000 people in your county. And grocery stores require about 4 square feet per person. That's a national average. You have, I think, 5 grocery stores in the county. If I've missed one, you've got 2 at Carrollton, a brand-new Publix, 2 in downtown Smithfield, and I think 1 in Windsor. Well, assuming they are about 30,000 square feet apiece, that's about 150,000, maybe 160,000 square feet of grocery stores. Divide that by 40,000 and you have exactly the national average of 4 square feet per person for groceries. So it's not likely that you're going to have another grocery chain come flying into the county somewhere to build a brand new 40,000 square foot grocery store. Rooftops drive retail. Retailers have to have people. And that's just the model of the world that I live in. And if you've got any other questions about, I wanted to contextualize what this parcel has gone through since 2008. And we think this is a great opportunity to clean up a zoning mess that cannot happen. It just, the way the things were in 2008 are greatly different than they are today. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Are you still adding numbers?
It's somewhere close to $3 million. I can't give you, because part of it's on how many units are age restricted, how many were, so it gave a max number of age restrictions, so I don't know how, an exact number, but somewhere close to $3 million.
And how many dollars are profited in the new plan that's before us tonight?
None.
None.
Because they don't create any impacts per our capital impact studies. They don't create any impacts that would be addressed through cash proffers.
And even though the rules have changed since 2008, if the zoning stays the way it is with the original plan, since it's proffered, that would have to be paid?
It is a grandfathered project. There has been some litigation on old cash proffers if they were, and if they were, they would have to be, these were not dedicated to any specific use, and you have to use them for specific uses, so that's still an issue that's undecided.
And in reviewing that, I think the latest amendment in 2016 put some timelines on that. And it's basically, it's going to be very difficult for communities to go back and reach back and claw back and grab these proffers, because the General Assembly basically says you can't do it today. Now, I'm sure there are places that you can, but it would be, I mean, if you impose $3 million worth of proffers on this property, it's just going to grow crops. It doesn't, on a 150 unit project, that's $40,000 a door, and that's, you know, more than the land is worth. So it's just economics. Things changed, and thank heavens the General Assembly saw fit to not let that go on any longer. There were counties in Northern Virginia that were getting away with $60,000 a door, and it you know, the sad truth is it gets passed on to the consumer. The person that buys that unit is going to pay that profit. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Anybody else got a question?
Thank you for your time.
All right, well, that said, I'm gonna make a motion for the approval of the,
I didn't say anything.
okay, I'm gonna make a motion for the approval of the zoning request. Anyone ready?
Ms.
Okay.
Roundtree?
No.
Mr. DeStefano?
No.
Mr. Acree?
No.
Mr. Rosie?
No.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. So, Mr. Jones, where can they go from here?
Do what?
Where can they go from this point?
They have to wait a year to resubmit unless they submit, and Ms. Ring, help me with the language, an application that is substantially different from what has been
Been
proposed.
submitted as determined by the zoning administrator and the board of supervisors.
And Amy, to Mr. Jefferson's question, the previously approved project is still approved.
It's still approved. It's
With
still
no,
valid.
with no changes.
Right. It's vested.
So they could bring that project back to the
You
table.
have to.
They could build that.
They could build it as is right now. Okay. All right. We'll move on, and I guess you all have to make the best decision you can make, okay? Item 16, new business.
Can we take a break? Thank you. He's asking for it. I agree. Was asking for it as well. You wanted a break
Yeah.
too, right?
Yeah.
I do.
Break.
I do too.
Break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. We're gonna break for 5 minutes. We'll recommence.
You better sit down. Mr. Jefferson's ready to roll.
All right. Height waiver request.
Sir. Good evening, board members. My name is Cordell S. Benson. I'm one of the planners for community development. The first new business item before you today is a request for an exception to section 5-2000.g of Isle of Wight zoning ordinance to allow a 10-foot, 6 1/4 inch gate and an 8-foot fence at property 10477 Hall Town Road. The property is located at the corner of White House Road and Halltown Road, and the tax parcel number is 19-08-001. The property is zoned rural agricultural conservation, and the election district is D3. The surrounding properties are zoned rural agricultural conservation and rural residential, and there are no commercial uses in the area. The lot was created in 1989 by Gray Lumber Company as a part of the Six Ponds Farm South subdivision. Six Ponds Farm South has a declaration of protective restrictions and covenants attached to its lots that are privately enforced by the owners. And the current owner, Mr. Stowe, has purchased the property in 1994 and has made several of the primary improvements to the primary structure over the years. The reason for the exception for the gate and the fence is to protect the owner's garden from deer and to allow the gate to match the Tudor Gothic architectural style of the home. This photo on the screen shows where the fence is going to be located along with the gate. The fence is in blue, the gate would be in red. And you can see that it's just around the primary structure. It hasn't extended all the way to the boundaries of the property, which can be seen going off the side of the picture there. This is a concept art of what the front gate would look like. And these are some of the architectural descriptions for that front gate. And you can see the different heights over in the corner here. This is what the front entrance looks like currently. And you can see in this photo a bit of the fence on the photo. This is what the fence looks like from the road. It's not a bad quality photo. It's just really hard to see the fence through the trees. The future recommended comprehensive land use plan calls for the site to be rural agricultural conservation and environmental conservation. And in section 5-2000.g.2 of the ordinance, it allows for fences to be up to 8 feet tall, but primarily for safety issues such as public schools, parks, playgrounds, or public safety facilities or public utility facilities. If the fence is not for those purposes, section 5-2000.g.1 states that the fence can only be 6 feet tall. Staff identified 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses with this proposal. The first strength is that the fence is primarily a barrier to animals. It is also open and set back from the road, resulting in minimal visual impact. The second strength is that the fence does not go along the border of the property, but rather surrounds the home, leaving areas of the property available for environmental conservation. The third is that the property is well maintained and the gate will elevate the property's aesthetic and architectural features. The 2 weaknesses are that the proposed height for both the gate and the fence would exceed the maximum size permitted in the zoning ordinance. And then the second weakness is that the property owner can meet the zoning ordinance requirements, and approval would grant a special privilege not otherwise enjoyed by the adjacent property owners. The staff recommendation is that because of the limited visibility of the fence from adjacent properties and right-of-ways, that we recommend approval for the application with the condition that the fence area may not be expanded and must be constructed in accordance with the attached concept plan and specifications, including colors, design, and material. And the Planning Commission recommended approval of the exception with the staff recommendation and recommended conditions by a 9-0 vote.
Okay. All right, board members.
I'd like to move approval EXC 25-5 Stowe Height waiver request.
And ready? Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. Rosie?
Yes.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item B, Ballard Estates Amendment to the conditional zoning request application for James River Crossing.
The second new business item before you today is a request to amend the existing proffered conditions for Bartlett Station Estates. Bartlett Estates is located behind the Publix at the northwest side of the intersection of Channel Way and Whippingham Parkway. It is zoned conditional planned development mixed use and is located in Election District 2. The surrounding properties are zoned urban, residential, rural agricultural conservation, planned development residential, planned developed mixed use, and general commercial. In June of 2022, the Board of Supervisors approved a 52 single-family detached condominium units to be built at Bartlett Station Estates. And in November of 2024, the site plan was approved and construction began. The plat was recorded, but without planning and zoning review, as that review is not required for condominium plats. And then in May of 2025, we discovered that several of the units on the recorded plat did not meet certain proffered conditions. In order to build as many homes as they could, almost all of the plats recorded in phases 1 and 2 were adjusted to fit the existing proffers. However, 19 of the 52 units still did not comply with the existing proffers. In order to comply, several changes are being requested to the proffers. The first is to update the minimum unit width. The second is to reduce the secondary front yard setback. The third is to reduce the minimum unit area for Lot 30. And then the fourth is to add a requirement that as-built surveys shall be provided with the issuance of a final certificate of occupancy. And in this picture here, you can see the unit specifically impacted by the proffer changes.
In red, yellow, and blue?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's lot 30?
It's the blue one.
Oh.
Yep, it was just a little bit smaller.
Eye test.
Staff has two recommendations. The first is that the board exercise section 1-1016.b of the ordinance to waive the public hearing for this item. Second, staff recommends approval of this request as it aligns with the original concept plan and does not change the use or density of the project.
All right, board member?
The first step before you get too far in would be the waiver of the requirement of a public hearing. As this does not change the use or density, the board has the ability to waive that need for a public hearing.
I'd like to enact section 1-1016.g, provision to waive the public hearing for this project.
Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. Rosie?
Yes.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. Now, we'll move ahead.
I'd like to move approval of the request rezoning 25-7 Bartlett Estates Amendment to conditional zoning request.
Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. Rosie?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. Item C, vehicle lease purchase agreement.
So, board members, this is something that we do annually. As you might recall, during the budget process, you approved a number of vehicles that would be purchased in our operating budget. This is the, no pun intended, the vehicle or the, I guess the way that we go about purchasing those vehicles through a lease purchase agreement. The amount would not exceed what is budgeted, which is $563,100. And based on, I think, what I was advised the other day, they would actually close on the financial side of this on the 25th. But this would simply allow the county to reimburse itself for the amount that we would essentially borrow.
So the only thing we need is the consent from the board to accept the resolution.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And this was budgeted and planned and.
Right.
Yes.
The amount is budgeted. This is very similar to when we issue bonds. This is the authorizing resolution to allow us to go into that market.
Okay.
I'd like to move approval with a vehicle lease purchase agreement. Resolution to execute a master lease purchase agreement for the purchase of new vehicles.
Okay, do you have to, we have to approve the resolution itself, right?
Right,
Yeah.
he made a motion to approve the resolution.
Okay, all right. Ms. Kay?
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. Rosie?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. All right, well, if that's it, the greatest moment of the night. We're gonna move for adjournment.